Hello there. How's it going? It's uh it's another clear night. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm uh hello Mark Young. How's it going? 2.2.227 on Raspberry Pi not working well. Um so let me let's try that out. Um I actually had re I had actually wanted to get the Seestar working tonight, or not Seestar. I was wanting to get the Raspberry Pi I was wanting to get ALP running on my Raspberry Pi. And just before the stream started, I was looking at it and I couldn't remote into it. It was kind of responding, but it wouldn't let me log in. And anyway, long story short, I actually have a console plugged in and it wasn't waking up. I power cycled it. It didn't see the NVMe drive. And I was like, oh man, did it fry itself? Well, it turned out I think I jostled it, and maybe when I assembled it on air, I didn't connect the PCI Express kind of a little cable. Uh, Maybe I didn't seat it well, so I reseated it and then it booted up. Anyway, long story short, I have ALP running. I was going to run because sometimes I end up having to reboot Alp during the night. I decided I was going to run one telescope on the Pi and one on my laptop, so that way I could reboot the laptop one. But like maybe let's start with the Pi one. Let me switch views here. So this is actually the Pi. So let's see what's going on here. I need to get this telescope going anyway. Actually, maybe I'll start with the other telescope and then we'll work on the Raspberry Pi. So let me go look at the config file. On my local version, I have the very latest. Let's see which one. I'll run the more problematic one on my local instance. So let's see how this works. Let us see. Okay. Let's go over here. So this is the local version, which is coming up. Give it a moment. It still hasn't started up for some reason. Hello, Seiko. How's it going? Hello, Turf. I have extended on the network and the web page is slower. You can try your adjustment of the code. Okay, maybe. Can't start schedule. Okay. Let's dig into this. Let me see if so this is the version that's running locally, and I'm just going to get that started on something. And what do I want to get it started on? I just for the sake of getting it started on something. And then we'll go figure out the Pi, because I saw something in Discord about something. So let me see. All sky. Okay. Nothing has been done to either telescope. And hold on. And this is the B scope. So I'm just going to do the startup sequence on this. At least get this going. Now this is the one that may or may not succeed, kind of the startup. Now this is pointing at the A scope, and it's 2.2.21. So let me update this to the latest version, because I haven't. Let me go. Okay. I will go run the Raspberry Pi. I'm remoted into the Pi. So I'm going to run the update script. Actually, if I go look at the log, it's only current as of Monday. So there's probably a lot of commits. So let's see, Raspberry Pi update. Hopefully this will work. Okay. Oh, and it's having to rerun dependencies, restarting the service. Cool. Okay, so, oops. So theoretically, if I go back to my browser, to this instance, I'm running, I think that's the version you said you were running, Cosmic Ray. Yeah, you said 22227. So I've got that. So we've got it running. It's got the new color coding that Joe V added. So that looks fine. Let's do the startup sequence on this one. Did you do the full startup sequence, Cosmic Ray? I'm going to do the full startup. I'm just going to raise the arm, autofocus, polar align, and dark frames, which just kind of gets it into a neutral position. There's no other telescopes on this, so it's running just a single telescope. So I'll run that, and sequence should be started. And then once this is running, what target are you trying it with, or what kind of thing are you doing in your schedule? Are you doing like an individual image or an individual target, or do you have multiple targets? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that should be fine. I'll let this go. I think it's fine. On the other hand, this telescope, as always, has difficulties. Couldn't do the horizontal calibration, but it is doing the dark library now. Okay. M27, M57, Comet. Okay. Let's see. This is still going to run. Let me bring up Stellarium and see if I can hit any of those with my crappy skies. I really need to fix that. I said for weeks or months that I needed to fix my Wi-Fi, and I finally kind of did. Now my latest thing is I need to fix my skies, which I think I just need to get remote working, because M27 is like almost there. Let me see if M57 is visible. No, M57's blocked, but M27 might be visible. So we'll actually try doing that once it's assuming this does its thing. What's my signal level? Let's go see. It is, did I actually click that? Yeah. It is -52. And that's the signal to the signal from the Seestar to the access point. The Pi is hardwired in, so it doesn't have any signal issues, definitely. Not that would be the issue. Yeah, -57 should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, -50, minus, I think the other one, for whatever reason, anyway, the other one is -49, but sometimes if I place it slightly differently, it'll be in the -50s. That should be fine. So let's go back to here, see where this is. I have the laptop in a slightly different position today. Actually, I need to pull in the assistant. Need to, right there. Okay. Okay, so this one's ready to go. And this is on the Pi. So let me go ahead and image. I'm going to go ahead and image M. Are they special slow web pages? I mean, I'm not running into any slowness on these web pages or on the on things. Hold on. You said M. We figured M27 should work. Maybe. Let me try M27 real fast. M27, search, J2000, do 150. Oh, no. I'll do 10 minutes. I doubt it'll even last that long. I don't know if I'll even be able to image it, but we'll try. And so theoretically it should, actually, let me see how high that is. I didn't look to see. Okay, it's 74 degrees. Might still be visible. Let me see. Well, that's not a good start. Plate solving failed. Might not be visible. I mean, again, that's a me problem, but am I on the right one? Yeah. It's weird. Wait, did I do it on the wrong one? No? No? Really confused. Or maybe I'm having the same problem. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Wait. I'm looking at the wrong telescope. Hold on. Okay. So this is this is the Raspberry Pi. So let's go look at the logs there. Did it say it was going to M27? Got 3-point polar alignment succeed. Okay, dark frame. Wait, what? Dark frame going to target unknown? Oh no, so post immediate M27. Plate solve, go to. Wait. This is really confusing. Okay, I'll keep trying to figure this out. Why isn't it showing a schedule? And why did it just... This is odd. This is very peculiar. Which scheduler issue? The complete one or some other issue? Wiley site. I'm really confused. I'm looking at... It's like I said to go to the M27 and it just... Oh, it said existing scheduler is active. Oh, the startup sequence hadn't finished? That's weird. Let me try that again. Let me try that again. M27, search. Why isn't it? Did I click search? There's an issue connecting Simbad. That's weird. That's very weird. Do I have it actually talking to no? Let me look at the start. It would see stop for a second and then back to start. Let's see. What am I looking for? Simbad. Bad.cds.unistra.fr. There seems to be, maybe there's a problem with Simbad. It's weird. Which again points towards maybe we need to have some local alternative. Let me go back to the local one and get this pointing at something. "34 dropped frames. It's impressive. How does it drop that many frames?" One thing I had with the no. One thing I had with this other telescope is it sometimes would point to just random points in the sky, and I'm not 100% sure why. I mean, this is a long-term issue with this telescope, but like, look at this. It's this like it's just moving for no apparent reason. But again, I think that's this telescope problem, so that's fine. Let's let me find the first target for the night for this telescope, which is clearly having a moment here. Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's let us see what Wiley Sight's gonna come up with. But in the meantime, let me see if I can do something with this telescope. Oops, wrong button, wrong one. It's got a schedule that's complete. Let's see. Okay, and then we will go to. I had a list of targets from the other night. So let's find. Oh, Iris is almost out of not visible. Maybe I should try to get some of these that are still visible a little bit, like Wizard. Wizard. Hello, Chris makes that. Thanks for joining. How's it going with you? I'm just we're troubleshooting and looking for targets. Let me do the Cave Nebula. I feel like I haven't. Well, where's the lion? Lion or cave? Let me do Cave Nebula. I feel like I need to get more time on that one. So I'm going to go image cave nebula. Although, okay, Sinbad was just having an issue. Maybe it was just temporary. 45 minutes, 150 gain, light pollution filter, go. Start. Maybe this will actually start. Will it? Maybe. Interesting. Did I not hit start? I didn't hit start. Okay. Sometimes I feel like I hit start, but I didn't. Oh, this might be a problem. I don't actually have any beverages. I forgot in my haste to get upstairs. I did not have a beverage. I might have to go fix that at some point. Did I even bring anything? Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Okay, so I was able to get this one working, but I'm not 100% sure what's going on with this one. And why is it? Okay, it did look up Sinbad this time. I don't even know if this will work. But let's try. Okay, now it claims it's actually... Now the question is, did I actually restart that? No, that's weird. But it does claim it's going to M27. Or it's attempting to. Now, will it work? It's unclear. It might end up being obstructed. In which case, this will not work, but I'll find another target. It says plate solve succeeded. Okay. All right. Says it's gone to. Okay, it's starting to stack. M27. Okay. It's always good when it starts off actually getting at least one image working. So we'll see now what the result looks like. But yeah, it was kind of weird. Like I say, I ended up having to get my electrical tweezers out and reattach the little connector from the Raspberry Pi hat where the SSD is to the Raspberry Pi itself. Oh, yeah, this isn't, this is not going to be a good image. I just have a feeling, given that this is a roof line right here, it almost imaged, although it's cool. You can watch the progression. I wonder at what point the stack is going to start failing. So it's managed to stack 6 images. Oh, no, it rejected one. What would we find? Yeah, sometimes I find it'll actually end up stacking all the way until like the roof line is here, but now it looks like it's having more difficulty. Definitely having more difficulty. Yeah, it's failed. It has failed. But it did go. Now the issue is, I think, if I stop this schedule, it'll go to complete, and then I can't do. Oh no, it says stopped. Now if I clear it, okay, that seems to be okay. So let's try. I'm pointing this at the cave, the one telescope. So let me try the wizard. Wizard. Yeah, let's try the wizard. NGC 7380. Image NGC 7380. Grab it. Oh, sorry, wrong button. That was brain was on autopilot or something. 150 use light pollution filter. Go. Now the schedule is there. Will I be able to start it? Okay. Okay. Complete issue is being patched right now. Okay. Schedule complete, not being able to start a new schedule. All right. Under what circumstances did it get in that state? I forget what circumstance would lead to it being complete. So see that telescope on eBay someday. Which telescope? The one that's broken? After a schedule completes or after a startup. Oh, right. Yeah, because of the startup sequence. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what happened on the one, but I ended up restarting. So this is my local one on the B scope. And then this one is on the A scope on the Pi. And it's still plate solving. Okay, it's starting to stack. Meanwhile, this one should be stacking. Is that like... Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Okay, if state is stopped or state is complete. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so this is interesting. This is my more suspicious Seestar, and it ran through the startup sequence supposedly, but if you look at the image, look at all these artifacts here, all the colorful artifacts. It's like the only time I've seen that, it's like if the dark filter or if the dark frame wasn't being applied correctly. So like this is so messed up. I'm going to let it go a bit more because it'll really end up being like a Christmas tree before it's over. Wait, where you added code? Wait, you added code? Did you submit a PR or something? Oh, will it change? Sorry. I misunderstood. No, if you run the update and you made changes locally that conflict with the update, it will tell you. It won't remove your updates, your local changes. At least it shouldn't. Yeah. Because like I'm pretty sure I have local changes on mine, on my Pi. Man, this is... Okay, this should be... So this is the... Okay. Okay. I'll take a look. Let me look in Discord. Okay. That's looking like the is it the cave? Cave nebula? Because it's got all that star cluster and then the nebulosity behind it. So it's just getting started. So we'll let this go for a while. And this one is just going to be abysmal. as is often the case, all these artifacts. I may have to stop this one, but I'm going to let it go a little bit longer just to see how bad the artifacts get. But then I'll force a new dark library. It's weird that it does that. Hello, welcome back. So, let me see. Let us see. Oh, hey. I like that. Yeah. Cool. All your problems solved? Unclear. But, or was that a statement that all your problems were solved? Hopefully it was. Let me see. Wow. Speaking of people having problems, look at this. Look at this telescope. Like if I zoom in on here, like look at all the, man, that is seriously modeled. I think I'm going to stop this one and I will, this is running on my local instance. So I'm going to go to the schedule and stop. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I guess it depends on what problems you were having, but if it was related to starting and stopping schedules, Wiley site just made an update, which I'm about to try live, just because why not? Let me see. Oops. Got the latest. I'm 2 commits behind. And okay. All right. I have local changes I need to commit because it wouldn't just update, but I forced it. So let's try this again. Let's go do, actually this one is just bad. So let me go redo the dark library, dark frame generation. So I'm going to rerun that because this one just was abysmal. Now this one is running just fine and we'll leave it running. But what I'm going to, well, maybe I'll go ahead and stop it. So this is NGC 7380, NGC 7380, and I will go schedule, and I will stop it. And then, so we're at 27. It's taking a bit of time to stop. Okay, we're at 27, so let me go update to the latest. Okay, update to the latest. It's rerunning dependencies, restarting. Okay, so this is now restarted. And so I'll go NGC 7380 and 45 minutes, 150. Is that the one? NGC 7380? Yeah, 7380. And go and start. And so this is on the latest version. This is 29. 2.2.2, 2.2.2-29. Oops, sorry. Wrong window. I wanted to go look at this because this is where it shows what it's doing. Okay, update just ran. It's online. Yeah, yeah. So I think that's I think that's a problem. Yeah, what it'll. Yeah, and that I actually ran into that on one of the telescopes too. Um, the the point to point. Yeah, I mean it does. It does show the point to point SSID even when it's in station mode. And I've found that it's weird because like sometimes when I connect to it, even when it's in station mode, it works, and then sometimes it wouldn't work. I don't know. Maybe that was just a me issue, as is often the case. Okay, let's go live. Okay, the dark library was regenerated on this one, and so one was the wizard, but I was gonna do the cave for the other one. So I'll go do that, and hopefully this one will look better. All right, we'll do 45 minutes, 150. Use light pollution filter, go. Now, if I look at the schedule, it should be working. But yeah, this was kind of an issue where it yeah, where the schedule would get in a state where it couldn't start. Is this actually imaging? No, of course it's doing the 3-point alignment. Of course, because this is the telescope that has problems. The little telescope that couldn't. 1,000-watt router. That would be interesting. I mean, considering Wi-Fi is usually milliwatts, that would be 1,000 watts. That would be amazing. You could get 100 miles on that one if you had a high enough. But yeah, no, I mean minus 57 isn't too bad of a signal. Is it taking a while to go from page to page? Cosmic Ray ran update, just started schedule. Great, that's cool. So is it taking a while to go from page to page, or is it I mean, is it every page? Okay. Of course, the horizontal calibration failed again. Yes, even on different browsers. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a function of the browser. Um, yeah. Yeah, let me check something on my Pi to make sure I didn't do something on the code on my Pi to make it faster. Okay. Let's see. So this is running. What? What is this? I guess it was obstructed. It's the Cave Nebula. It shouldn't be obstructed. I mean, because this isn't a real obstruction, or was it? Is the time right? Yeah, the time's right. That's weird. Very weird. Oh well. If this fails, so let me go back to this one, which seems to be working fine. The wizard. Let's go between pages on here and see what's going on. Okay, home is okay. Took a little longer than I would have cared to. Let's look at config. That should be fast. Okay, that's fast. Stats might take a moment because it's got to read the configuration. That wasn't too bad. Let me look at the code, make sure I'm not doing anything that I don't have anything. Let me see. Yeah, that's weird because it's not taking that long. Can the Seestar use 5 gigahertz channel? Yes, but I forget what it was. Like if you have to switch it out of station mode first. I think maybe you have to switch it out of station mode. Yeah, and it definitely can be picky about the channel. But yeah, I've had it where, like, I forget what I have to do on the app where I think I had to, let me see. I haven't launched the Seestar app in ages. Hopefully this doesn't confuse it. Oh, it connected to Telescope A. That's confusing. Normally I had the phone attaching to Telescope B. What was it? Like I go into settings, Wi-Fi. Yeah, I think I had to modify. I think yeah. Sorry, Wiley was already answering. Yeah, you have to turn off station mode, and then you can switch it from 2 to 5 gigahertz. And yeah, dealing with the Seestar network is frustrating. And I've had it where I changed it from 2 to 5, but then it like didn't take the first time. Like I had to do it more than once. It was very strange. Okay, so there's something definitely wrong with this target. So that one is a bust. This is the Cave Nebula. For some reason, I thought that should be visible. So go to schedule and stop that. So let's find a different target for the B scope. A new MacBook charger, and it would cost $96. That is expensive. But yeah, unfortunately, like if you get if it was like the MacBook Pro ones, yeah, they're the MagSafe ones, they're not cheap. That's weird because like it looks like it's having an issue with this target, but that's not even a real, like I didn't think that was a real artifact. Maybe it was a real artifact all along. So weird. So what do I want to do? Because what I wanted to do is I was going to mess around with the B scope with the software, so I might end up restarting it. My idea was that I was going to keep the A scope stable and pointing at one target. Caroline's Rose Cluster. Oh, that looks interesting. I often pass over the open clusters, but some of them I shouldn't because some of them look rather interesting. 7789. So I'm going to go image 7789. I don't, because it's a open cluster. I'm only going to do this for 20 minutes. I'll crank up the gain, but I'm not going to turn on the light pollution filter. And go. Oh, you got your RASA set up tonight? Nice. Nice. That's, yeah, I've debated if I wanted to get, like, as far as, like, I have a couple of refractors. I have some old reflectors, Newtonian, and like I have refractors of different sizes. I have the two Seestars, and I've thought about at some point getting, like I've mentioned it before, either like a C8 of some variety or C9, maybe with the Hyperstar, but I don't know. Rasa's pretty cool too. Yeah, no moon. Yeah, so I don't know what the conditions are going to be like tonight. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Above average seeing after midnight, and then after 3 a.m. Unfortunately, below average transparency. Can't have it. Can't win them all. But otherwise looks pretty benign the next few days. Well, at least Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but then later on maybe not so much. So we'll see. This should be working. Is it trying to polar align again? This one is working. I don't know why I went to that. Oh, I was like looking at the different screens, and it seemed like they were kind of going fairly quickly between screens. So I don't know what's so the schedule, to get the schedule to start, if you're on the, like if you're on the schedule screen, you should see, this is taking a little bit of time. I don't know why that took a bit of time to load that page. But on this page, you just have to, like, this should say start. You should theoretically just be able to click start. Also, like, does this say stopped here when you try to start it, Cosmic Ray? Rasa was a bit disappointing. Well, the field of view is huge. I guess for me, that's kind of what I want, partly. Driving to darker skies. When are you going? I mean, any recommendations? Wait, what happened? Did this? Wait a second. Wasn't this running? Journal CTO. Apparently, I accidentally hit the stop button when I was on this page. Oops. Oops. Well, that's unfortunate. Let me restart it. Hate it when I do that. Click on start does nothing. But what is this? Oh, it says status complete. Did you update to the latest version? Cosmic Ray? Is that what the latest? Because really, if it's the latest, like before the latest, it was a problem. But if you're on the latest, it shouldn't be a problem. Right now, gosh. I mean, I guess it depends if Chris makes that if you're up all night. Wait. Did I even do the right target? 7789? it actually did horizontally calibrate this time. So let me go live. Did I actually? Yeah, I'm actually. I wasn't sure if I actually did the right target. Actually, it's now 2.2.2-29 cosmic array. Like Wiley Site just pushed an update, like a few minutes ago. That now the problem is once you apply the update, it'll start the scheduler, and you'll have to re-enter the stuff in the schedule. And then that will kind of fix the issue anyway, but going forward, it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, Wiley Site pushed fixed 20 minutes ago. Anything visible for the next 3 hours? Oh, that looks nice. Well, that's good. I should have imaged, because there's some open clusters that are almost like they're technically open clusters, but in some ways they kind of remind me of. I mean, they're very dense. Some open clusters are a little too sparse. Okay, so this is running. Let me not accidentally stop this again and go to live. Now, one thing you might do, Cosmic Array, if you haven't updated yet, is you can always export your schedule, and then you can update and then theoretically re-import the schedule, so you don't have to re-enter it. So anything visible in the next 3 hours. Well, I have a lousy sky, but let me see. If I pretend I don't have such a lousy sky. Let me go to 0 horizon and pretend I actually have decent skies. Well, I mean, you've got like the whole, you've got a lot of Milky Way you could work with here. Like especially the stuff that I can't image right now, but like to the west. I mean, I don't know what other people think, but I feel like there's some interesting things you could do in here. Yeah, like the Sagittarius star cloud. I mean, Trifid Nebula, although that's getting low. That's 15 degrees above the horizon. Maybe those are too low. Patchy unnamed cloud. Eagle Nebula is 25 degrees above the horizon. And then like one thing, definitely when these were visible, I was imaging a lot of stuff in kind of this general area. But some of these are getting a bit low at this instant or at this moment. So I guess it depends. If you're already there, I would maybe try those. And then, yeah, I mean, you have like, I think some of those nebula would be good in a dark sky. Maybe some dark nebula, maybe even. I mean, that's what I would personally. Other people might have different opinions. Like I know Wiley Site goes to dark skies regularly, so or semi-regularly, so he might have strong opinions on things. Man, that would sure be nice if I had like no horizon. I mean, I could already be, if I had dark skies and no horizon obstructions, I could already be imaging the Pleiades. Like that's just, like that's not a target that I even think about before midnight now. And Bode's Galaxy, granted they're low, but still. Pinwheel Galaxy, M101, nice. Wow. Oh, and then this one, I haven't imaged M13 in a while, and that's 25 degrees above the horizon. Man. And then, of course, the Iris Nebula is nice and high. That might be a good one, too, because that one can use dark, I mean, it's low surface brightness, so that could be a good target. The Iris Nebula. That's an interesting one. NGC 2136. That looks really cool. I don't know I don't know what the Seestar would do with it, but if you're in a dark sky, that could be interesting. Wolf's Cave Nebula? What is that? Oh, that's an interesting one. There's so many nebulas. Like a lot of these, they're either not visible very long or they're so faint, I don't even try them because I can't realistically. So the star cluster I said in the beginning, um, are you like the Sagittarius star cluster? I think, if that's the one. No, sorry, that's wrong. So like, there's all this murky Milky Way stuff. Yeah, like this. I mean, I don't know how well the Seestar does it, but like this looks interesting. I mean, you'd almost want to do a mosaic, but I think it could be interesting depending on how many stars you get in it. I mean, that's kind of okay. Good, 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 good. Nice. Good. Yeah. So going forward, that issue should be fixed. Cosmic ray. Yeah, and like, look, you can get actually. So Chris, you can get the Eagle Nebula here. Like, that's a little higher, not super high. It's 23 degrees, but if the horizon's pretty clean, might be worth a shot. Yeah, see, I turned on like all the SH2 regions in my if you go in sky this setting in Stellarium, the sky and viewing options window, and pick DSO, you can pick catalogs, and only some of them are turned on, but I didn't want to turn on all of them because some of them aren't realistic targets for me in the city with a Seestar, but I did turn on like the Caldwell, ICB for the Bernard ones, the SH2, LBN, ARP, and Able, and other. I didn't turn on all these other ones, um, but that specifically the SH2 and the LBN ones uh, resulted in a lot of extra kind of nebulosity regions, like this this SH2 region. Like I would have overlooked this before. Now, is it something I would be able to image? Not necessarily, but there's a few that I've tried that actually were not too bad. Let me go back to my sad backyard. My sad backyard. I really need to try this weekend to see if I can set up a remote scope, or at least practice it. Maybe I'll do like either a very brief test or something. What I should do is do it the opposite way. Leave one here at home and then try to access it from remote. I have all these dark black spots on iPad image. Did you do the startup sequence on the iPad? I mean, on Alp, or did you not? Cosmic ray, because if you might have to. I mean, what I was running into that on one of my telescopes, and I had to redo the dark frame, and then that cleans up some of the artifacts. Posted Rasa wizard pick in Discord. Let me look at that. Let me look at this. Oh, and for if you're new to the channel and watching this video, we do have a Discord server, and it's because it's really difficult to well, because you can't really share URLs. Like, I can post URLs into the chat, but like a lot of stuff gets blocked. There's a Discord server for the channel that kind of makes it helpful to share things. Try to get the swan. That's cool. Yeah, it might be a bad dark frame. So what I would consider doing is, yeah. So how do you redo? You have to stop. Theoretically, what you need to do is stop the imaging and then go to commands, and down here there's a create dark frame, and you just hit execute, and you'll see it updating up here where it kind of redoes the dark frame. And then it's not having to redo the alignment. It doesn't have to, do anything else. It just forces a new dark frame. And I did that on this one. No, was it that one? No, I did it on this one. Is this the right? Yeah. So no. Yeah, I did it on this one. Because remember this one on the right was having those weird green and red kind of trailed stars, and I just forced a new dark frame, and now it's like this image is clean. Like it doesn't have any of the artifacts. It actually doesn't even have that red hot pixel that's usually here. Now it has a few little black dots, but it's a lot cleaner than it was earlier. So let me go look at Discord. I mark on red so I don't lose the conversation. Okay. Let me see if I can open this. I'm going to share the image turf if that's okay. There are so many stars there. Jeez. So this is the Wizard Nebula. Yeah, like it does seem like maybe it moved, but still there's so many stars there. And the nebula is so small. That's such a wide field of view. I just got a dew shield for my S50. It came with a filter adapter. Do you think a magnifier lens could increase the focal length? I have thought about that and hoped that that would be the case, but I think in practice, I don't think optically it would work. Because the problem is like where the focus point is on the elements. If you add another element, at one point I was trying to figure out because like I was just thinking like on SLRs, mirrorless cameras, you can get these diopter lenses, which now those change the focus point. But I was thinking if you change the magnification, that would, yeah, I don't think that, unfortunately, I don't think that works. But button text not visible in light mode. Oh, yeah. Which button specifically? Because yeah, you mentioned this before, and I made a note to kind of do an audit of it, because I definitely found some places where it was like broken. Yeah, it's going to change the focal point of the sensor, and the problem is I don't think the focus range is enough with the Seestar to be able to compensate for it. I mean, I could see something really weak, maybe the Seestar focus being able to compensate for it, but I don't know that anything optically significant would be possible. Yeah, 15 to 20 seconds page to page. See, there's something that goes on the back end that I feel like in some situations can result in that, because I was having some network. I don't think it was that I even had network issues. Yeah, I think I had some network strangeness, and I ended up having to comment out some code, and then the problem was fine. But I was having something like that where it was like kind of hanging from page to page, and it was specifically something related to the version footer or some of the stuff behind it. But that said, I don't know if that's the issue you're having. Um, let's see. This is turning out nicely, given how, oh, and it's already done. Just like that. It just happened to be finishing up. Let's see. This one's okay, but commands. Oh yeah, see, look at this. Yeah, Wiley site. In light mode, some of the tiles on command screen just kind of fall apart. Like the yeah. And I think I ran into some other stuff that I need to look at. Like was it in schedule? No, that looks, I mean, that's okay. Was it on the config screen? I thought I saw it somewhere else too. Go to page. Yeah, but it, for some reason, specifically on the command screen, I mean, I don't know that it's a me problem. Like I say, all I did is switch. You know what it looks like? It looks like the background is staying the same color, but the text is flipping. But like this one, yeah. See, look, the text on this one, the black background here is staying, the background colors is staying constant, but the text color is switching from black to white. But the problem is these are dark, because they're idle, and when you flip it, it ends up becoming invisible. And I swear I saw some other stuff. It wasn't just that, but anyway, let me switch to dark mode, and I need to find something for the right telescope. Why did it switch back? Didn't want me to not have dark mode on, and it switched back. No, now it's stuck. All right. Okay. Stacked frames, 87. Okay. Alp on Pi, control on M2 map. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, but like I say, with the loading issue, it's like there's something on the Raspberry Pi that's taking a while to run, and I'm not sure. I mean, I have one theory about this one specific place in the code that could be causing it, but let me find a different target for the B scope. Like that open cluster was nice. Maybe I should find another one of these. Maybe I should give more look at some of these open clusters more. What is this? See, I have a feeling that's low surface brightness. Let me see. There's always our friend the Pac-Man Nebula. Dragonfly cluster. Yeah. Oh, and there's the Shrimp Nebula, which doesn't even show a catalog number. Oh yeah, it does. It's an SH2 region. Is that right? No? Yeah, SH2. Lawnmower cluster. Fuzzy butterfly. Actually, this is intriguing because how high is this? This is intriguing because this is actually also a dark nebula. So that could be interesting going through there. Yeah, maybe I'll try that just as something a bit more challenging. Fuzzy butterfly. Where is the fuzzy butterfly that I can click on? Oh, there it is. Fuzzy, it's NGC 74. Sorry, NGC 654. I'm gonna try that just for grins. Image and all fuzzy butterfly, and I'll do 45 minutes on this, 150. Now because this is a dark cluster, I'll just leave it with no light pollution filter. So no, but I don't think it's the I don't think it's the I don't think it's the speed. I think it's trying to run something and it's either taking a while because of a network connection that's happening or something like that. Dark skies equals bad internet. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, I mean that is definitely a struggle. So I'm running Alp on a Pi. My Pi is cabled to the network, not Wi-Fi, and I only get lag problems when I VNC into the Pi. If on PC, no problems. See, I have run into an issue. Let me see if I can simulate this without breaking something. So nope. What did I just do? Did I really just do that? I had Control C in the wrong window, so I ended up breaking this. Oh, but was it already going to the target? In which case, we're good. Let's go live, see if it's already on the target. Yeah, actually, it was already imaging the target, so it's fine. Let me go look at. Yeah, always on Pi on hardline. Why does it not dismiss sometimes? Come on. Okay, let me go try to see if I can do something to. This is the one that's running on my Raspberry Pi, and when I go to other screens, like if I go to the config screen, which doesn't reach out to the Seestar at all, so it should be very fast to go to that screen. That wasn't as fast as I would have liked, but let's see. Let me try to actually let me label this so I don't. The problem is I was running Alp on one, so I have the tab, uh, this kind of tab named Alp. And the problem is the other one I also named Alp because it was based on the name of the Pi. So really I need to rename that Pi. Alp Pi. Okay, so let me try to, let me see if I can simulate problems here. Oh, interesting. So I've got wireless on this one. Let me shut off. Why? Hopefully this doesn't break it because I'm about to shut off wireless. Okay, so that's still working. Okay, great. Great. Okay, so I'm simulating something. This is on this instance. So let's go to config again. Okay, let's go to stats. No. This is going pretty quickly. No, that's interesting. Let's see. What was it? Hold on. I'm messing around with the routing and maybe I shouldn't have done that. Add. What was that? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if this breaks something. Ooh. Let's see. Oh, not working. Let's see. Nope. Let's see. Let's see. Great. I think I figured it out. I couldn't remember. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know why it's hanging for that long. Found a fix for the cards in the event status. Awesome. Great. Been a lot of fog in our areas. Yeah, I was up not super early this morning, but I saw like tons of dew out and about. Oh, you had your first frost. Not so much here. It's this morning it was it's like in the upper 60s and it was almost up to 90 today. And actually when I was driving, I think my car said it was like 95 or something. So not quite frost. Nothing else. Yeah, no, I mean, no, I don't think it's anything running on your Pi. I feel like it's the same issue I've run into with the slowness, but I can't quite put my finger on what that is yet. Pushing a fix for the cards. Okay, cool. Well, the problem is if you run the update, it will restart the service. So if you just, instead of running the update script, just do a get pull, then that'll pull down the latest and not restart. Because if you run the update, it'll restart. Yeah. I wouldn't think that would, I mean, if you're running a relatively lean Raspberry Pi, it shouldn't. Yeah, it's at 9, it's still 75. Although here, yeah, it's 77 where I am right now. Yeah. BTG had issues. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Do you remember what the resolution was for that for him? Was it like just using the IP address, or is it? Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Ended up using static IPs. Yeah, right now I'm using alp.local, but yeah, maybe Cosmic Array, try that. Maybe try using the IP address of your Raspberry Pi instead of the host name. See if that makes a difference. Just trying to think of what could be the problem. Because, I mean, Cosmic Array is running a laptop, a Mac laptop, so it's a similar setup to what I have. This one it's kind of not as much as I would have hoped. The fuzzy butterfly. Oh, that's okay, because it wasn't so much this cluster, it was the dark nebula that I wanted to try to capture. So somewhere, like, you can kind of see the starless areas in there, but I feel like it needs a lot of data to really do it justice. You are using an IP address. Okay. So much for that. What could be the issue? Because it's very, very perplexing. And by the way, if you haven't liked the video, please like. It does help the channel out a lot. While I'm trying to think of what could be causing the slowness. Because really, there's not much. So here's one thing to try Cosmic Ray. If you go to SSE config, does that also take several seconds to load this menu item? Because when a page loads, it renders out the templates. Sometimes it has to go to the Seestar. So if there's like communications delays talking to the Seestar, a page might take a while to load. But then there is some stuff going locally. And if one of those things is slowing it down, then maybe that's the issue. It's very strange. Hello, Cheap Astro. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. Thanks for joining. And yeah, like Seiko said, have you tried .local and is it better or worse? So like you have the IP, does the hostname .local make it better or worse? And the other thing, like I say, is to try out the SSC config screen. Like if that loads quickly, but if that narrows down part of the issue, but if it loads slowly, that also helps try to isolate the problem. Okay. So the thing about this screen is it doesn't. Let me go to it. Okay, see, it isn't pulling. So it's having to calculate the version string, fine, but it isn't actually reaching out to the Seestar. Oh. So in your telescope definition for the Seestar, are you using the default of seestar.local or do you have an IP? Because maybe the problem isn't your computer, because if this loads quickly, there's no communication with the Seestar involved, but just about every other screen involves reaching out to the Seestar. So if it's taking a while, that means that communication is taking a while. And although that still doesn't make sense. No, ew. That's interesting. Because maybe not. So what I'm thinking is, if I go to this screen, the stat screen, it takes a little bit more than I would have liked to. Okay. This screen ends up calling the Alp API on localhost, or on the local computer. And then that talks to the Seestar, but that has a persistent connection. So either the communication with the Seestar is slow, or that web request that goes to the local Alp instance is slow. I would lean towards that being the case, because you said your Wi-Fi signal is minus 57, which feels like that's fine. Yeah, but Cosmic Ray said it's hardwired. So where is that? I'm just curious. It's not, unfortunately, in the. You have to go look at the config file directly. But if IP address for the Seestar is it like seestar.local, or is it actually an IP address? That would be the question. And even then, I feel like that shouldn't be an issue, because that connection would be kept open. So that would only be an issue. Yeah. So it's like it talking to the API is slow. Let me see. Let me look at this off screen just to. Okay. So when Alp connects to hold on. When the front end talks to Alp, it's using get listening IP, which should get the IP address, which I wonder. Sorry, I'm just. But that only does it once. Yeah. Yeah, so the communication from the web interface to its back end, not to its own back one. Yeah. No, the ST host should, like, that's fine if it's localhost, unless you're trying to use the Stellarium integration, then you have to change it. But if you're not, it's fine. Like, that shouldn't slow anything down. Now, why would it? We need to have a better way of doing network diagnostics in the app, just to try to yeah, that's a good question. Well, that would address the communication from the over the network to the Seestar. Now, if the app is slow, then that's the problem. But if it's not, then that points to Alp being slow talking to itself, perhaps, which is kind of baffling. This is doing nicely. Or this is going well. 7380. Was it? It's not the cave. What am I saying? Yeah, the wizard. Yeah, actually, that's looking. I mean, this is like, taken with a lot more time, but you can definitely see the gist of it. So that's good. Paper tape on Seestar. Seestar's supposed to easy. Well, we're making the easy difficult. No, I mean, that said, yeah, no, Seestar's, like, ostensibly they're easy, but in practice, like, if you use the app, it's okay. It's fine. You definitely need to have a good Wi-Fi network or be close to the telescope. But if you're trying to use this, there's, like, it adds an extra, well, it doesn't necessarily add an extra moving part, but it works a little differently. It's not, I mean, part of the problem is there's a few different moving pieces involved because of the way Alp grew, where it was initially just an API talking to the telescope, but then the web interface added its own API or its own backend that talks to the API that talks to the telescope. And there were reasons for it because it started off as something separate and it's kind of been merged together. Yeah, but one of the things I had started adding was more telemetry to kind of internally detect that things were going badly. More telemetry to detect internal slowness. I mean, I've done all this. I mean, this is, like, kind of on a side. I've done this kind of stuff before with networking, and it ends up, eventually you end up at this point where if you have multiple components, I mean, if you're working in an IT environment, you end up having, like, external software that monitors the components, and they expose metrics of, like, how long it took for things to run. But when you're running, like, a self-contained system, okay, this is done. That's good. I could have run this for longer. If you have a self-contained system that's running on a customer, or, I mean, this is from, like, stuff I've done in the past. not open source stuff. Like you end up adding you end up adding like internal monitoring kind of where it says, okay, because otherwise it becomes almost impossible to try to diagnose issues. Now, the cool thing is, yeah, it's kind of frustrating in the near term, but in the long term, I have a feeling we'll have better internal monitoring than like the Seestar app does. Like that'll actually kind of help people say, okay, your wireless signal to your Seestar is weak, and so you might want to improve it, or there's this other network configuration thing you might want to tweak because, or your network has some kind of characteristic that's causing issues. We just have to figure out what that is. Yeah. No, and that's what I'm trying to do. Maybe it needs to be oiled. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe the tires rotated. I don't know. No, but it's like if the app can talk to the Seestar and isn't running into delays. But even then, that I'm trying to think of what I could test that would, or what we could test that would rule out delays from Alp to the Seestar. Oh, hey. Hi, Joe V. How's it going? Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Okay, so I need to figure out something to do with the one telescope. Oh, what was that one? I had a note about something. Let's see. SH2173. Is it visible? Like this was something, it was Phantom of the Opera, but which sounded interesting, but in practice, I don't know if it actually is something. Oh, that's so faint. That could be hard. It is intriguing, but I have a feeling that's going to be too hard. So let me skip that one. Wizard, we got the wizard. Just finished the wizard nebula. Let me look at. Let's see. It ends up being faster sometimes to not have the point of view running. Little scorpion. Triangulum. Okay. VPNN. Let's see. Fossil footprint is slow. I mean, it's faint. Let's find something interesting or different. Different than what maybe I've imaged before. Yeah, some of these are way too faint. Maybe if I turn on this one, it'll show. I think I did this one at one point. Oh, that's the Ghost of Cassiopeia. I don't want to keep falling back on the Pac-Man Nebula, although that is a great target. Look at this star region here. That looks cool. Phantom of the Opera. Okay, no, we're not going to do Phantom of the Opera. I don't think I will. Caroline's Rose. Did I do Caroline's Rose? Just earlier? Was that the one? Yeah, that was the one I did earlier. First light on 130 PDS tonight. Nice. Oops. What? Oh, alien relative? No, PDS. Skywatcher. Nice. Nice. 6, what would that be? 5 inch? 5 inch? In freedom units? No, in whatever units are that we use in the US. Imperial units. That's cool. First coma corrector. Nice. Cool. Kind of I mean, I do want to get like some either a RASA or a Cata or like a C8 or something at some point. But I have also thought about getting like another Newtonian. So I'm kind of curious what you think of that one. Yeah, 5 and a bit. Yeah, that's cool. Cool. Let me find something here to get this going. I think I tried these galaxies and they were kind of too small. And I did the silver sliver. That was not too bad. You know what? There was another galaxy. Maybe it's too early, but there was some galaxy over here. Oh, I could do the helix. Let me do the helix. I mean, I've done the helix a few times, but I feel like I can always get more time on the helix, like to try to get out even more detail. I mean, it's not going to be for very long. It at least buys me a little time while I'm trying to figure out some other things. 7293. 7293. Boom. I'll just do 25 minutes, 150 gain, go. And yeah, is that the Frankenscope? No, that's the 150 Quadro. Yeah, there's some what was I looking at? It was High Point Scientific, which I have affiliate links that may or may not be in the description if you want to try it out. Is this one of the ones he was looking at? This carbon star? This one's like a 6-inch, so it's 150. That looked kind of interesting. That one is, I mean, it's more expensive, a lot more expensive, but this one looked interesting to me. F4. How much does it weigh? 10 pounds. Oh my God. See, this is the problem. I have a mount that can do like 12, 13 pounds. So like, and I've run it at 12 pounds. So I've been like trying to delay getting another mount. So it ends up like this cascading. I'm having horrible night of guiding my 30-year-old Mead. That's too bad. Might try the Helix Nebula again next week. And hello, Doghead Man. Thanks for joining. If you haven't, if I hadn't seen you before, sorry, or earlier, but thank you. I'm afraid coyotes may run up on me. Well, the fun thing is if you're like out in West Texas, I was once what was it, charged by a javelina. That was unpleasant, or that was a little disturbing. If you aren't familiar with javelinas, it's these, and they're not yeah, they can be up to almost 100 pounds. Yeah, it ended up like, yeah, I got a little too close to it, but almost got charged by a javelina. Oh, and that's another funny thing. Coyotes, um, Chris makes that you're talking about coyotes out wherever you are. Coyotes, people have seen coyotes in the city. Like there were somebody took a photo of one near the elementary school that one of my kids, that two of my kids were at. Not when they were in school. It was like on a weekend, like evening. But somebody, yeah, it was a coyote, and it's yeah. So you can have city coyotes. It's okay. Carbon Star had good reviews. Yeah, like I say, I've kind of gone back and forth. I mean, I want to get like the Celestron or something like that, but or a Rasa. But then I guess I feel like I should I could stand to have something kind of more, and then just kind of freely just thinking about stream of consciousness about this. Like, do I go with a bigger, maybe do I hold out for like, do I get a C9 instead of a C8? Or do I get a Rasa and then get like a Newtonian that's kind of, you know, like a 125 to 150 Newtonian? I don't know. That's ultimately what I need to do is get a new camera first and foremost. I don't know why this isn't loading yet. I think it's because it's in that weird mode. But, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, 10 kilograms on a kilogram mount, 8-inch nude. Yeah, 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 yeah. So like, yeah. So I'm kind of. I guess that's why I was kind of looking at maybe a Newtonian and like as something that I could use on this one mount, and then I'll just have to get a new mount for something for the bigger ones. Yeah, it's a pig. It's a kind of like a feral. It's a feral. It's a peccary is the technical name for it. Yeah, pig-like. So they're kind of like a pig. Um, but yeah, they're yeah, it's closest relative is are pigs. So it's not quite a pig. It looks like a pig. But yeah, you don't want to don't do what I did and get too close to one. Not a good idea. I it may have involved me quickly running away through mesquite brush to get away from it. The sad thing is I can't say it wasn't recent, but I wasn't young either. It's not like I was in my early, it wasn't like I was a teenager, like 20 or something. I was old enough where I should have known better than to get too close to a javelina. Anyway, yeah, they are, it was, it snorted at me and started like, yeah, it definitely took a very angry pose. Issues with raccoons and foxes. I actually, again, street or urban stuff. We've had a raccoon in the backyard, and it it was watching me. Very unsettling. Um, this this was this was literally um this was literally one night I was setting up. It was this thing was just staring at me, kind of checking it out while I was setting up the thing. Yeah. If you're talking about the javelina coming after me, yeah, that wasn't great. Yeah, potential bacon. Yeah, coyotes in your neighborhood and bobcats. Yeah, I haven't seen bobcats here. I've run across them in California. I was driving on a road and came around a corner and there was like one in the middle of the road. It was quite startling. Yeah, life in suburban Maryland. Yeah. Yeah, here not foxes, but definitely have um I see a pack crossing the road. Yeah. You have to fully automate the Rasa. I know. Oh, hey. This is the 3D print. See, I need to have my I still need to do my tech stream. Um and once I do a tech my tech live stream, it'll probably be tech and what do you call it? Retro tech and Raspberry Pis and whatever else, but 3D printing, but once I do that, I'll mention it on here, but I won't. It's not like that'll. It's not like I'm going to be promoting it so much here. Um, but cool. What 3D printer do you get, Jovi? Just go for a plane wave. Yeah, that would be. It would be one of those things. If I won the lottery. Um, oh hey, value priced only 56,000. Better than the what was it, the Planewave CDK 700 that I had run, that video that I posted last time of the private observatory that where they had a CDK 700, and that, as far as I know, that does not include the mount. That is just the optics. Yeah, price excludes shipping and crating. Yeah, how much does this thing weigh? This thing weighs 1,200 pounds. 500 kilograms. Nice. But the 500 is a lot more. It's a 20-inch f7.7. Yeah, only the mount weighs 257. Portable rolling pier. Control system, optical system. Okay, the optical system weighs 140. I guess that other one, maybe that was. Oh no, that was just the optical system on this one was 1,200. Wow. But the 500, it's the optical system is only 140 pounds, and the mount is another 250. So only 400 pounds between the two of you. Not a problem. Easy, portable. Throw it in the back of your car. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, I like I say, it was a very definitely a miscalculation, and the people who were with me made sure that that I that they expressed what a bad decision that was that I made. Um, but at least I never got charged by a longhorn. Somebody I know may have recently gotten charged by a longhorn, but at least that wasn't me this time. And if you haven't seen a longhorn, uh, if you haven't seen a longhorn, this is literally what it looked like. The particular one that charged someone I know. So, moral of the story is try not to, don't get too close or antagonize a longhorn. Not a good idea. um, yeah. Oh, nice. Gray foxes. I don't think I've ever seen a fox. We get possums. We get a lot of opossums. Like a lot. We've seen baby possums. We've seen adult possums. Um, we also get like these eagles of some kind that are just ridiculously large. Um, oh, Ender 3. Nice. Nice. And even better, someone upgraded it and for you. Oh, hello. Hello, Tariq. It's been a while. No, I haven't. You're not late. It's still actually relatively early here. Yeah, don't, definitely don't step near javelinas. Bad idea. Or longhorns. Yeah, longhorns are definitely no joke. Like I say, someone I know recently got a little too close to a longhorn, and luckily nobody they yeah, close enough that they decided that was yeah, it was another tactical error. Um, I see 5070. Let me see. I see 5070. And of course, I can't see that at all. Man, that's which direction is it? Yeah, another one of my west facing things. Yeah, cash back on the charge card. Can you imagine? Yeah. Well, no, I mean, yeah, if you get 2% cash back on your, $200,000 telescope, that would be $4,000, which would be enough to buy one of those Celestron Origin telescopes, like the cash back on your plane wave. Well, okay. Yeah, getting charged by the police, yeah. That's yeah. It's like, oh, hi. Hi, Stephen Fox. Well, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Yeah. Pelican, just the pelican. Yeah, that's cool. I can't see the pelican right now because unfortunately it's again behind a building. But yeah. Um yeah, that's this conversation definitely took some random detours there. Between went from telescopes to coyotes and possums and javelinas, and yeah, that was definitely a journey. But that's what makes it random. Yeah, the Helix is doing well. Now this one is kind of lackluster, but I mean, I was mostly doing this for I'm gonna have to do a lot more of this to try to get the dark nebula. Gosh, I'm gonna have to do like hours and hours of this. But a new challenge to try to get dark nebula. Yeah. Did I add the ability to restart the imaging server? I mean, no, not directly. The closest is if you go off the live view, it should shut down some of the threads or shut down some things after a few seconds. I think it's like 10 seconds. It'll shut down some stuff. And I mostly did that just to avoid, I mean, I wanted to do that anyway, just because if you go to live view and then switch to another screen and just stay parked on another screen, I didn't want it to keep trying to pull images and like use bandwidth. So it actually, what it does is it uses this is like a streaming, kind of a streaming, what do you call it? See, the problem is because like the live view frames might not show up for like tens of seconds, depending on your exposure time and how many failures you've had. So what I did is on this little panel, as it's streaming the data back, if it stops streaming, like basically it kind of keeps track of like when it last streamed data to the client. And if you browse away, this stops. And so the time stops updating. And basically in the heartbeat that goes on for the entire like imaging session, the heartbeat with the Seestar, it's also, while it's going through the heartbeat, it's like looking at the time. And if the time has expired, it just goes ahead and shuts down it stops the imaging internally. So I don't currently have that with a button, but and really what I need to do is I had started redoing all of the code internally to make it more modular and and more robust. Because the problem is it was something where I just kind of I was reverse engineering the protocol with like a network sniffer, and I was just it's the thing in, what do you call it, in like make it work, make it fast, and make it right. Right now it's kind of, I made it work, kind of. Um, but the problem is the code is in a state where it's really actually hard to fully make it right. So I'm kind of redoing it, and that'll help make it right. And also, or it works, but I need to redo the code to really make it work, and then it'll also help make it right. And I'm actually reasonably, or I'd kind of started on it where, like, basically I created a new thing under device for processors and protocols, and I have like a base binary protocol. It's stubbed out, and then the imager, and then the socket base. It actually does the reconnect logic. So I ported that over, and I need to pull the binary protocol handler out and put it in there. I think I have another branch where I have more of the code, but yeah. Oh, nice. Seen some nice meteors on the boat. That's cool. Yeah, that's. Let me make a note, because there were some changes I was going to make. One of the things. So right now, is this done yet? No, it's still going. But one of the problems is when you're on the kind of general live view screen, unlike the app, when you click sun or moon, it doesn't really do anything except switch the Seestar into that streaming mode. It doesn't actually go to the target, and you can always manually go to the target, but the Seestar app, or at least the version of the app I have, asks you. And so part of the redo I was doing is going to add that ability where it's going to ask you if you want to go to the target or just switch to the mode. Like, say you already had it pointed at the sun and you just want to switch to that mode. But where was I going with that? But yeah, so as part of that, I should probably have some kind of extra check. If Wi-Fi less than I wouldn't necessarily stop it, but I should at least prompt the user saying, look, your Wi-Fi. I mean, and that's definitely not Cosmic Ray's problem, but there's been a lot of people who've had that issue, where their Wi-Fi was like marginal and they didn't realize it, but they were running into issues. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, so that's a good idea. Yeah. No, I need to finish that code, because the other thing is not just to fix these issues. I want to get it so that I can turn off experimental mode. Which, speaking of which, I didn't actually commit the code Seiko, but in someone else did. Now, if you have the latest update, even if you don't have experimental mode on, you can bring up the configuration screen. So you can at least, without editing the config file, turn on experimental mode now. So that's good. Okay, that's fine. One of us, somebody can work on that. Yeah, that's fine. My Alp says scope is offline and can't get back to it. Yeah. I mean, usually when I've seen that happen, it's because it lost the connection and wasn't able to like reconnect. I mean, do you have a schedule running right now, Cosmic Ray? How much time did I do? Or did I, let me look. Schedule. Oh, I must have restarted and so the schedule's gone. So I'll have to manually stop this when I'm ready to stop it, but at least for the maybe I'll stop it when it gets to an hour. An hour. Yeah. Like the reconnect logic used to be pretty robust. And I don't know what changed. What? I need to look at that. Oh. Well, but if you go to functions, oh, oh. If you go to function schedule, it just won't even load the screen because it says it's offline. Is that what's happening? Yeah. Somebody, because I was like I asked if somebody else was or if everybody was okay with it, and then yeah, it just got done. It ended up getting done. So you've run into issues before where it can't resolve Seestar. That's true. I have run into that. I have run into that, which is one of the reasons why. And I've had it where it ended up it stopped getting resolved partway through the night. Like I don't know why, but it just and so I ended up changing. Like I always use IP addresses in the Seestar the configuration file. So if I go like, oops, yeah, like I always have configuration or the IP is hardwired in there because otherwise I've had issues where it ends up looks like a button push. Well, maybe with, I mean, you could try. I mean, you could try restarting Alp itself. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of frustrating. Yeah, I made a note because it's like, I'm not sure what happened with the network stuff. Like I had spent a lot of time at one point trying to like really make the network logic robust, but it feels like it's like there's been some regression. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you fix it by browsing to the Seestar's SMB share on your P. Oh, and then the Pi sees the IP address again. Interesting. Interesting. So it's like maybe it's forcing it to rebroadcast like whatever Windows is doing. Interesting. Let me make a note about that because I wonder if we could do that. I mean, theoretically, yeah, because it's like, yeah, no, I know. I mean, one thing, like I say, try hardwiring the IP address in the configuration file, the IP address of your Seestar, because that could be part of the problem. I think I've said this before, but network communication can be hard, and to make it really robust is hard. Yeah. So NGC 7293. Let's see. I did that one. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I did the helix. Yeah. Yeah, which is the helix 7293. Do I have? Yeah, I can't quite get the California Nebula yet. Trying to see what else is down here. A little scorpion. Yeah, the dot locals are multicast. There's got to be a way to trigger that. And especially if we're having it use that. But then there's, yeah. Like one of the issues that Alp used to have internally is it didn't have timeouts. So requests would just hang. And so I started adding timeouts, but then once you have timeouts, that can cause other problems. And so I ended up having to make other changes to kind of work around the fact things would time out. And it just ends up being like, it ends up being a big problem. Hello, Hein? Oh, funny enough. Interesting. Seestar.local was not able to be resolved on your Pi. Interesting. And you know what my philosophy is, if one person has the issue, then other people are likely having the issue. And so I feel like that's something we should try to figure out a way to somehow fix or work around. I don't know. Say Python trigger multicast local or trigger MDNS. Hey. Huh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Wait. Yeah, I don't know. We definitely need to research that because like I say, if you're running into that issue, there's I would almost guarantee that other people are running into this issue or have run into this issue and we just don't know. So yeah, if we could figure out a way to work around that. So funny enough, funny you mentioned the finger bot. I didn't bring it upstairs, but I did a thing. All that discussion of the finger bot last time, I bought it. It showed up yesterday or the day before. I haven't opened it up yet. I need to open that up, the finger bot. Which for people who didn't, I bought one of these I don't think it was $30, but whatever. Anyway, I bought one of these because I want to, and I bought the black one, so it would blend in more with the Seestar case. And I want to experiment with it, see if I can get it to poke the button. So stay tuned on that. That's and I forgot I had forgotten I bought that. I'm glad you mentioned it because that's the thing that I was wanting to try to get running to see if I could use that for my remote telescope kind of installation or test where I could kind of leave it somewhere at a family member's house and then I wouldn't necessarily have to have them. I would like if I left it there for a few days that I knew were going to be sunny, I mean clear, I wouldn't have to call them up and say go outside in the dark and poke the button. I could poke it myself. Anyway, so I actually did buy one. Yeah. Okay. BTG with a static. Get the finger bot when you go get some water. Yeah, let me start another target here and then I might actually go get the water. Um let me go get that water. So, but I need to find a target. I can't have an idle telescope. I just can't. Can't do it. Can't do it. Um let me see. Uh okay. Um some of these are too. I'm trying to find something that is oh wow, 4 meteors and haven't been imaging. That's cool. That's really cool. That's actually really cool. Kind of see this is the disadvantage of doing what I'm doing right now, where I'm inside and not outside. Um, to kind of actually see the sky. What is this one? Is that Pac-Man? Yeah, that's Pac-Man. Pac-Man. Maybe I'll just do Pac-Man just for shiggles. Just for shiggles. Um, let us see. So I will go. And come on. And I'll do NGC 281. And I'll do half an hour. Do 150. Do I want to do half an hour? Do I do 45 minutes? You know what? Because like this one I'm about to end. Because it's already at an hour. So I'll do this for like 45 minutes and then I'll end the one on the right when I get back. Yeah. Yeah, that's it's funny. I've watched a few astronomy YouTube channels and I mean, I started the hobby um like when I was a teenager in middle school actually and high school into college and I was recently or like a few months back I was watching some channel and the guy was a high school student and he was complaining or observing that yeah there weren't a lot of people his age uh, necessarily doing astronomy. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to think when I was part of the Astronomical Society. Yeah, I was definitely one of the younger ones. Yeah, MDNS. Yeah, is a weird thing. Okay, I think I did kick this off. So let's see how it if it's imaging, and if it is, see this is okay. It's not stacking yet. As soon as it starts stacking, I'm going to switch to image, and then I'll probably go run, get, oh, hey, okay. So let's go to live view. And see if I can do this without breaking things. So it's not the biggest thing in the world, but I'll show you in a sec. But who is server name, and then that device responds with all this done must be done with multicast. Yeah, so I'm gonna let this run, and it showed up great. And I actually finally spent, the 5 seconds to actually add the be right back, which I should have done like half a year ago. But anyway, I'll be right back. Yeah, for the lovely bonjour. Autofocus and preview update so loud. Yeah, I need that's another thing. The manual focus needs to. I mean, for autofocus, usually what I end up doing is I find a bright star. And I mean, that was one of the reasons why during my setup, I typically would point it at Deneb, just because it was pretty bright. But let's see. My assistant's in charge right now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink, and I will try to bring the fingerbot once I find it. that took longer than I expected. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your patience. I wasn't, like I say, I wasn't expecting to be gone quite so long. Hopefully, nothing broke while it doesn't look like anything broke while I was gone. For those who've been on the, hold on. So, yeah, I should have played some elevator music. I definitely need to kind of what do you call it? Yeah, I need to kind of add some extra flair to it, like some background music. Yeah, yeah, the old music. Yeah. But yeah, I did get I did bring the box that has not been opened yet. Let me cut this open. Okay. Pelican photo. I'll take a look at that shortly. As I make a face where I'm trying to rip it open without making too much noise on the mic. Okay. So see this box. And this is what was inside of it. I don't think that was the most efficient packing out there. But yeah, switch bot, finger bot. So let's see. Let's look at this thing. I don't have the telescope here, so it doesn't really help. But I might have to. This might be an experiment for tomorrow. Not necessarily on a live stream, just tomorrow in general. Yeah. Wow, this thing is smaller than I thought. Like, look at how small this thing is. It's really tiny. And it's got the 3M film on the back for sticking to things. And it has more of the extra adhesive or extra adhesive strips. Where's the button? It's right in here. I guess it's fully retracted. So yeah, this is the switch bot. Press mechanical buttons in various ways as you like. Works with Siri and Google and all the other ones that I won't mention names because I'll start triggering everybody's. It works with if this then that, smart things, and I believe I looked up if it works with Home Assistant. So I'm going to try to. My goal is to eventually get it working with the Pi so that I can. And somebody was asking about on was it on Discord about taking one of these kind of, was that what they were asking about? Like getting a Pi and kind of like basically adding kind of a control thing to the Seestar. So it was kind of an all-in-one unit, but then had like maybe I don't know. Or was that what they were asking? Or they were asking, somebody was asking about actually putting a CM4 inside the Seestar case. That way you wouldn't have like an extra piece of hardware sitting around. But I think the thought was it's theoretically possible, but there isn't like the space is kind of tight inside there. I don't know. I've never opened it. But yeah. Anyway, so that's the latest little thing. to try out. So that'll be interesting. That'll be a good like if I'm sure other people have done it, so I'm gonna try it out myself. Meanwhile, I think this one on the right is fully done. But before I do that, I see Chris makes that said wow. Okay. Where is it? Oh, wow. Oh. Okay, where is this? Just trying to. Okay, the Pelican. Oh, that's cool. This is Chris makes that the Pelican. That's without editing. So that's like, how long is that exposure? That's cool. Yeah, how long is the exposure on that? Chris makes that. Meanwhile, let me stop the telescope on the right, which we're already up to. Okay, 15 minutes of time. Frustrating. I'm sorry about that, Cosmic Ray. Um, did you end up restarting ALP? Um, I'm just wondering. Yeah, I feel like there needs to be some kind of extra telemetry. This is crazy. 415 frames and only one dropped frame. 416. That's so weird. I mean, it's nice, but it's kind of rare. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about like what we can, because this isn't like, I always feel like it's not a one-off. So I'm always trying to think of, well, like how can we figure out what the issue is, and like, is it something we can code around, or is it something we can at least detect and then like say what the problem is? But like if you want to work on this offline, Cosmic Ray, you can always ping me in Discord, and I'll help try to get to the bottom of this. So let's try to find the one on the right. Find something for the one on the right. Okay, we're doing. Okay. All right, Cheap Astro. Nice. Okay. Well, have a good night, and thanks for joining. Push button on Seestar, then dark frame screwed up. Yeah. And I don't know why sometimes the dark frames get kind of messed up. It's very frustrating. I mean, because like I had to redo the dark frame on one of mine today as well, so I don't know what's going on. What's going on with that? That's very. Let me go look at Stellarium. See what possibly could be done. Could be looked at. Okay. Feel like, is there anything down here? that embryo nebula didn't really do much. Wasn't very impressive. The California nebula, I don't. Oh, nice. Chris makes that thing about heading out to Big Bend in a couple of weeks or so. Yeah, that could. I mean, that depending on where you are in Big Bend, it's supposedly Portal 1 in some of the park. So that would be pretty cool. If it's clear, it would be. Let's see, what is there anything out here worth? Yeah, it's based on what I've seen from others who are even Portal 5 or 6, it's like such a huge difference versus what at least definitely what I'm dealing with. And actually that's, I forget what is let's see, Jolly Roger. No. Again, sometimes these names sound more interesting than they are. But then it's like some of these clusters, they kind of, like, until I actually look at them, you know, they're not, some of them are kind of but then others are, like that one I did earlier is really like midway, like the ones that are not, I don't want to say close to a globular, but that at least with the Seestar end up resolving to a lot more. But a lot of these NGC objects are just, and even 103, like that doesn't look very much. Fuzzy butterfly. Have I done the fuzzy butterfly? There's several. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would be yeah, that's unfortunate where you're like, yeah, hey, look at this. And then it's like, why is it not working? See, I would have the opposite thing. Like, since I'm always working in Portal 9 skies, um, if I went everything's better. Just about everything's better than where I am as far as skies go. Dragonfly. That's interesting. Like there's some nebulosity around there, but I have a feeling that would not resolve well. I could try doing the shrimp. I could stand to get more time with the shrimp nebula. Just because it's so faint. And since I have the Pac-Man nebula going a little bit more like a fainter target. I think I was saying this last time that I wanted to start doing a faint and a brighter target. So where's the shrimp? Problem is I can't just look it up by shrimp because that does not, or I don't think it's resolvable in Sacred Mushroom, Incredible Shrinking Nebula. Let me look up. Is it Shrimp Nebula? SH2 188. So I'll do image SH2 188. Okay, and crank up the gain, and I'll do 45 minutes on this. And once this starts stacking, I will go look at it. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Does it actually work, the Python 0 conf stuff? Because that would be cool if it did. Oh, that's annoying. So how are you connecting the RASA, or how do you connect to the RASA? Excuse me, I'm gonna open a can of soda. I'm trying to do it off camera so it's not as loud. I found the last can of root beer in the house, so of course I grabbed it. Because, okay, so it's a Nook. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've been having such issues with wireless on the for the telescopes now. I just want to hardwire everything, honestly. I mean, the Seestar you can't, but like going forward, I think I'm going to try to hardwire everything. Yeah, it is. Root beer is definitely S tier. And I think I mentioned this before that like I like root beer floats, or I grew up, you know, or when I was a kid, it was like a nice treat every once in a while. But I found that if you want to do a low carb, if you're on a low carb diet, if you get diet root beer and you put heavy cream in it, it's like no carbs, but it tastes kind of like a root beer float. It's awesome, which is the concoction I've had a few times when I've been on stream. But it's pretty awesome. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Like I say, I just get HEB brand heavy cream, and I mean that's a good thing about low carb. You can, depending on what variety of it you have, you can still have like, you know, fatty things and stuff. So at least you get that. Yeah, set up. Yeah, for telescoping hardwired. Yeah. NGC 896. Let me look that up. I feel like I've imaged that, but maybe I didn't. Oh, right. Fish? Yeah, the fish. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the fish is a good target. I mean, it starts showing detail on the head like pretty quickly. And I imagine if you're in a darker sky, you definitely should start getting detail pretty quickly. Let's see. Okay. All right. That's cool. Yeah, this target is going to be a faint one because this is the shrimp, and like it's just barely starting to show detail. But it's only had 16 frames, but before it's over, we'll see some detail here. But it is a small nebula, and it's not like super dim, but like yeah, reasonably dim. That's no fish. Yeah. Oh, you switched to 30-second exposures. Are you running alt azimuth or equatorial? Because 30 seconds with alt equatorial would be or with alt azimuth could be challenging. when I was doing kind of my imaging experiments, where I was kind of capturing preview frames. I actually did, for one of the first times, pushed it to 20 seconds, and the target I was imaging, it trailed. Like there was no way it could um, keep a stable photo. I mean, make a stable photo. Yeah. It depends. You could theoretically get away with 30 seconds at very specific, I think, very specific points in the sky where there's not going to be a lot of field rotation, but you have to like have very little field rotation. Um, I think that's the key, but um, cool, cool. Um, let me see. What was it? Astronomy, exposure, field rotation, graph, Seestar S50. Was this the one? Let's see. I remember seeing someone had done no. No. Someone had done something where they astronomy exposure field rotation. I remember seeing a graph someone had done. And now I can't find it. Anyway. Cool. Got a Seiko, that's great. Let me see. Let me look this up. What was it? Had to start a new print. That's cool. Don't judge. Yeah. No, I mean it's like, hey, now you can the first, was it the journey of 1,000 miles begins with just a single step. So there you go. You're on your way. Where was it? What was it? Sorry, I'm just kind of looking for. I thought I saved that somewhere. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig around for that because I know I had seen it somewhere, but denied. Yeah, no, it's fine. But yeah, Seiko had kept asking about adding a specific feature to the app, and now has made the first pull request. So it's a DIY, do it yourself. But yeah, this is definitely a very faint target, and you can see how small it is. It's this little, and this is with only 7.5 minutes of data, so it'll become more pronounced definitely
And the good thing is, even with field rotation, it'll since the target's in the center, it should just keep getting more and more prominent. Meanwhile, the Pac-Man Nebula is doing well. 162 frames. That's not too bad. Again, Bortle 9 skies in Houston, Texas. So, I mean, there's artifacts around the side, but that'll clean up. And otherwise, looks reasonable, very reasonable. And what was I going to look for? I was going to look for, what were we just talking about? Oh, and Joe V, what are you printing, by the way, if I may ask? 3D printing. Yeah, so what I was going to find is field rotation, Seestar S50. Let us see. Oh, wait. Let us see. Exposure time. Okay, was it this? Let's see. Let's see, longer exposures. Let's see. Longest. I'm trying to find the answer, and I found YouTube showed me one of my own videos in the what I was asking YouTube. I'm like, oh no, it's not not what I was looking for. Let's see. Let us see. This is funny. I'm reading a forum and someone said that eco mode doesn't work for the Seestar. This was like from last year. I don't think they were correct with that assessment. Given that a lot of people are running it that way. Okay, anyway. Okay, something to play around with the multicast. Made a sign for, oh nice, birthday next week. Well, happy birthday to her. Is it the Shrimp Nebula or the Prawn Nebula? Yes, it is. Yeah. No, it's. Oh, there is actually a Prawn Nebula. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. It's very confusing, especially if the yeah. So yes, this is specifically the Shrimp Nebula, not the Prawn Nebula. At least not this time. Okay, I see 4628. Can I even see that one? I see 4628. Prawn Nebula. Wow, that looks That looks more interesting. It's below the horizon right now. Declination's minus 40. Yeah. Interesting. That's prawn. Yeah, so there you go. There's a shrimp and a prawn nebula. You lost an access point. Don't try indoor. Oh, ooh, eesh. Don't try indoor access points outside. Yeah. What did it get rained on, or did it get moisture in it or something? Or did you literally lose it like in a field? That would be rough. Okay. Well, there you go. So, eesh. Pulled it off the wall and drained it. Yeah, that's yeah. It shouldn't access points shouldn't need to be drained. That's not good. Yeah, no blue smoke, just water. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, I've the best one. The best one isn't just water, it's salt water. That one's spectacular. That really that will definitely cause some problems with electronics. Not that I ever found that out the hard way myself. No. But yeah, water. Yeah, actually, I mean, I've had some electronics that they got wet. They were, and I thought they were okay, and yeah, they never powered on again. Even though I was pretty sure I was able to dry it all complete. But then there's other ones where I've managed to recover them. But yeah, if the thing was powered up and it got a bunch of water in it, that's definitely not a good thing. So, so why exposure time? Let's see. Let's see. Let me see. I'm still looking for the thing I had run across. Okay. What is this? Yeah, this is overly complicated, but I was trying to figure out a nope. Nope, stop. What in the world? No. No. Okay. So it was like this article, and I was trying to find I had a at some point I had found a graph where someone had figured out like they'd done a chart of where you could actually get away with 30-second frames for the Seestar, like in the celestial or in the sky, and I still need to find that. But because like somebody had kind of graphed it out all nicely where you can just look at it and say, okay, if the object's in this part of the sky, you could actually get 30 seconds exposures in alt azimuth mode. Oh, nice. Unify outdoor access point for your yard. Rat nest in a, yeah, rat, yeah, no, that would be, I'm trying to think, I mean, sometimes we'll have, no, it never caused an issue. I was going to say, I've had stuff where I had to deal with wasp nests, but it didn't cause any electrical issues. Yeah. Yeah. Unify. Yeah. But yeah, pouring out water, that's not definitely not a good sign. Exposure length. Let's see. Let us see. Huh. Anyway, I'm just trying to, oh, what is this? Okay. Yeah, I very much need to find that. I had run across it at some point, but I haven't seen it since. Basically a graph of field rotation for the Seestar, but yeah. Oh well. Anywho, so this literally just finished. Pac-Man is done. This will keep going. The shrimp is getting a little bit better. So let's find another target for the left scope. Okay, it's still relatively early. What is all this? I always like these targets. The object of unknown nature. One of them I actually kind of looked into it, and I guess it was an object that was like it was added to the catalog, like the IC catalog, 100 whatever years ago, and there isn't anything at those coordinates, and so they think it was like just a mistake. Oh, hello, Wick and Read. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Yeah, like the unknown object catalog items. Actually, let me look that up. So IC70. I think this is one of the ones I looked up. The mystery. Although this says lenticular galaxy. Was it IC70? Yeah, it wasn't that, but there was one where it, yeah, when I looked into it, it wasn't clear. Like it was just some paperwork error when they were first making the catalog. Oh, just finished snapping first couple hundred pictures of Pleiades. Nice. Oh, that's great. Yeah, the Pleiades are a great target. Yeah, I mean the stars themselves are pretty bright, but yeah, to get the nebulosity, you definitely need to spend a bit of time on it. Speaking of which, the Pleiades is now visible, so that's cool. Maybe I'll point at the Pleiades. Although this northern trifid was kind of, if I recall correctly, that was kind of small. No, it was. I think it was kind of faint. I think that was the problem. Kite cluster. Yeah, nothing earth-shattering down here. There was, oh, what was I going to look at? Okay, Bodes is still not quite visible, but it will be before too long. But there was something over on the other side of this of my sky that I was going to look for. Okay, Sculptor. That's what I want to look at. I'll look at Sculptor Galaxy once that's a little bit more visible. Yeah, I want to do the Sculptor Galaxy, NGC 253. But when will it be visible? That might be a while away. Oh, less than an hour. So maybe half an hour. Great. Okay. Let me make note of that so I don't forget that. NGC 253 Sculptor Galaxy. NGC 253 Sculptor Galaxy after 11:30 p.m. Yeah, Jupiter, it depends on how much magnification you get. Even if you don't get the Jupiter itself very large, like you can get the moons, the Galilean moons of the bigger moons of Jupiter. Okay, so I'll do the Sculptor Galaxy here in a bit. Yeah. So in the meantime, what's this target? Gingrich, not Newt Gingrich, hopefully. Did I do this one before? I feel like I've done this before. Yeah, maybe not. I think I have done that before. So I don't know if I want to do the Pleiades. Since it's up, maybe I'll try it. I'm not going to do a mosaic of it. I'm just going to start with a simple, let me see if I'll frame it like this. Maybe, come on, right here. Yeah, maybe I'll frame it like that. So, this is, so I'll go image and yeah. The way I used to do it is kind of well, I'll get to that in a second. Let me let me do something real quick here. What is the IP address of my laptop? Because what I need to do is, wait, does it have, that's weird. Why does it have two Wi-Fi IP addresses? one of them, okay, is the, and the other is, I'm really confused why it's got two. But I'll do this one. I'll do this one. And let me go to the device config. And okay, let's try this. Basically, because to pull the coordinates from Stellarium, by default it pulls it from localhost. So if you're running Stellarium and Alp on the same box, it works. But if not, you have to specify the IP of your computer that's running Stellarium. So hopefully this will actually work. And it did not. So let us see. Let's see, Seestar. Seestar. And let's check the logs and make sure it's up and see if I can grab it. Can I grab it now? Can you hear me now? Nope. I'll just enter it manually. Let's enter it manually. So it is, I'll go M45. Yeah, partial. So it is 3 hours, 46 minutes, 8.98 seconds, plus 24 degrees, 3 minutes, 45.8 seconds, J2000. I'll do 45 minutes. I'll do 150. And I will do the light pollution filter, I think. Although theoretically, I'm going to do the light pollution filter. And it submitted it, and now we'll check on this. Meanwhile, the shrimp is slowly, after half an hour of data, is slowly getting something. So let's go check. Okay. All right. Plate solve succeeded. That's promising. And okay. Will it start imaging? Yep. Yeah, okay. So it's starting to image. And once that once it's imaging, we'll take a look at that. Now it's not the entire Pleiades because it's kind of a narrow field of view, but it's something. But yeah, we'll see what it looks like. Meanwhile, what else? Oh, so a few other things. It's always such a random Android how to trigger MDNS. The plane wave, the Javelina telescope accessories. Yeah, that carbon star is kind of cool. Let's see, what else? Telescope's still chugging along. Live view. It alleges it's night, but based on how bright that sky is, it isn't clear that it is night. Yeah, I was looking at some. Somebody. Uh, uh, I had I had seen this video, but I didn't end up watching it initially because I thought it was kind of a clickbaity video. But someone on the Discord server, which I will plug again, the channel Discord server. Someone on the channel Discord server ended up posting the link to this video, which if you haven't watched it, it's actually kind of, it's very interesting. I always kind of liked these kind of videos where someone kind of tries to visualize, show some, use some way of visualizing some kind of number that is otherwise, or something, a number, a concept, or whatever that's otherwise hard for us to kind of grasp, like something you can't really intuitively grasp. And in this particular video, he's trying to show, kind of illustrate how many galaxies there are in the universe, how you could visualize, or he's visualizing kind of the number of them, but also kind of explaining where that number comes from as far as the number of the number of galaxies that are believed to be in the visible universe and what all that means. But I highly recommend, I highly recommend if you haven't watched that video. It's pretty impressive. Because yeah, I won't spoil it, but I highly recommend that this video. I dropped the link in the chat, but it's like I say, it's really it's a really neat video. It's a very neat video. So again, another one of those kind of very random things. And then I had mentioned the that Euclid mission, or I showed a video from. Let me see if I still have it. Yeah, no, this isn't even it. But basically, is this the video? No. Anyway, it was about the Euclid mission and how they're mapping the entire sky. And I saw another video by Anton Petrov where he kind of goes into the Euclid mission and what it's doing and stuff. So that's kind of, yeah. It was the same thing for me. I had thought about skipping that epic astronaut. I mean, even like it's funny because it's unfortunate. I guess it's kind of a comment on the state of things these days, but like you see the kind of the cover and it's kind of like, it's both intriguing, but then you're kind of wondering. Anyway, I looked at some of the other videos he did, and like he has like kind of a behind, not a behind the scenes, but kind of I mean, it's him in real life talking about like the channel and how he started. It's from like a year ago, and it's interesting. Like long story short, he taught himself Blender, the 3D modeling program, and he spent a lot of time on it, and it's really interesting. Like the channel's kind of interesting, and or not kind of interesting, but I haven't watched many of the other videos, but like it's very I definitely recommend it highly, very highly recommend it. But yeah, I used to watch a lot of science videos when I was a kid, and of course the production values were much lower. But it's really remarkable what individuals are now able to do on some of these YouTube channels. But yeah, yeah, I yeah, Anton. I've actually I had watched one of his videos like ages ago, but more recently, like this year, I started watching his videos pretty regularly. Because he goes over like latest developments in astronomy and yeah, just a lot of very interesting stuff. And I definitely get a kick out of that, some of that, because I've yeah, like I like the hands-on aspect of astronomy, but I also like reading about or seeing, learning about kind of the research from the uh, all the different professional telescopes and satellites and stuff. Um, it's really interesting, and kind of weird results they find and anomalous things, and yeah, there's just a lot of interesting stuff. Um, but yeah, yeah. So this is it's definitely, at least in my skies, I definitely will need a lot of data. I did start when I got the Seestars last year, like last fall, late fall, before winter, and so I did image the Pleiades a decent amount, but I didn't have any mosaic ability, and so I just kind of captured, a bit of it, and I've processed it, and it's okay, but I think I want to try to take hours more data. Although I'm seeing something here that I'm a little bothered by. I'm afraid this might be, I might have started it too early. Because, see this thing right here? I think maybe this wasn't, like I'm imaging this on which telescope? The A telescope. So it's on the right. And so, like, it's to the right of the other telescope, and I think it might be kind of winging this little protrusion. So hopefully that won't mess it up too much, but I'll keep it going. I can always map around those. Confirmed, live view stops updating when the Pi can't resolve Seestar.local. Okay, well that's something. We just need to figure out how to either detect it and or work around it. Oh man, yeah. Hmm. I mean, we could, yeah, I mean, when it does the connection, I guess we'd have to um, check like if it wasn't an IP address, like if it's a host name, and if it ends in .local, then we should, if we can, try to initiate some kind of lookup. Yeah, this is a real drag. It's like this is, I think, kind of the edge of a roof, like the gutter or something. I'm guessing. Well, that's a drag. I might end up having to stop this and restart it because otherwise it's gonna. I might go ahead and do that. I'll just stop the schedule and hopefully I'll be able to resume it. Okay, stopped. And we'll go back to live view and just kind of because a lot of times with the live view, you can, even though it's dark, you can still see kind of the roof. Well, it's not that dark. luckily it is light enough that buildings have enough kind of light on them that you can tell. So I mean, it's a mixed bag, because like it could be, if the buildings were dark, because it was dark, then you just end up having this darkening across. But because they're lit up enough by ambient light from Portal 9, it it's really apparent. You know, you end up having like some brown object starts moving across the frame. Yeah, see, it's very clear that there's a thing. So we'll just keep this going here until the Pleiades are more in view, or it's close enough to the time where I'm just going to point it at the Sculptor galaxy. Yeah. Yeah. You know. Yeah. Okay. Do the lookup and cache it. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and so that's one thing that we've talked about with this stop, that I should look to see if there's a schedule running. And if there is, I should just. Oh, this already finished. Huh. Oh, do you know? Well, maybe I'll go ahead and try to point this one at the Sculptor galaxy to see if it's even visible. But yeah, one of the things was to check to see. Yeah, look at this. How it's disappearing. No. Yeah, so like when you press stop, it would check to see if there's a schedule running. And if there's a schedule running, maybe ask, do you want to stop the schedule? And then it would stop the schedule. Otherwise, it would just stop the imaging. Yeah. Unfortunately, that just hasn't been done yet. Unfortunately, well, for better or worse, I had more free time like a couple months ago to work on major subsystems, but I've been busy recently. So, unfortunately, so it's kind of been a long suffering kind of thing that I've been wanting to do. Okay, let's see if Sculptor is visible yet. Oh, so close. So close. I'll have to wait. What does Needle's Eye look like? Oops. What does the Needle's Eye look like? Let's see. Wait. No, it's down here. Needle's Eye. Oh, that looks interesting. I could try this. Let's try this. See if this is actually visible. It's the Claw galaxy. The Claw. Okay, NGC 247. MGC image. NGC 247. Go. Got it. Session time. 45 minutes. Why not? Do I actually have 45 minutes with this? Yeah, I have 45 minutes. And I'll do my normal signature, crank up the gain, and go. So that is the Claw. Is it the Claw? Yeah, the Claw. Also known as the Needle's Eye. But the Claw sounds more impressive. Or something. Anyway. Yeah. Stopping the image. Yeah. And like Cosmic Ray was saying, like, you can't focus. I mean, you can autofocus, but you can't manual focus. So that's kind of a problem. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Magellanic, based on what I've seen, I've never seen them myself. That would be pretty spectacular, but I'm sure Seiko can tell us all about it. And I'm sure mention a few other targets that we're not able to see actually quite a few. Yeah, there's yeah. Yep. Yep. And of course, yeah, you can mention Omega Centauri and some of those kind of targets too that are either difficult or impossible from some latitudes in North America and Europe. So yeah. But yeah, the Magellanic Clouds would be really awesome. Yep. Okay, got one stack. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just fix the IP because I since I do have static reservations for both telescopes, I I just fix them to static IPs. I mean, I just put the static IPs in the configuration and just leave it at that. But yeah, we definitely need to have some retry. Yeah, yeah. No, I've so many years, so many times over the years, that's why I don't like going on some roads in like the interstates are usually pretty good, but like it used to be bad going from Houston to Austin. 290 US 290 had went through a lot of towns, and oh, this looks kind of I'm just getting obstructions left and right here. Like, what in the world? I don't even know what that would be. Like, what in the world could this even be picking up? Which telescope is this? This is the B scope. Like, I don't even know what that. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Because, oops. Because it's, it doesn't make any sense. Like, what is this thing? Let me look at the telescopes and see where they're pointed. So it's this one is pointed at something. I mean, I wouldn't think it would be a tree. I really need to do something about the placement of my scopes, the obstructions. I mean, this is ridiculous. I got this one just junk, and then this one right here is also junk. But yeah, 290. But 290 used to be much worse, because like they started making it a highway more of the route up to Austin. And it was kind of ridiculous because it's like the biggest city in Texas and the capital, and the road that goes between them. I mean, the most direct route. I spent a bit of time where I was having to go up there every week for work, and I quickly learned. Well, it may have even been before that actually. Yeah, it was before that. It was after college. Basically, I would avoid that route because there were so many places where it would go from like 70 miles per hour down to like 30, and it would quickly go down. And inevitably, there would be some police officer sitting right there, and they'd go down in speed. There'd be a single stoplight, and then it would pick up again. Like it was such a small town, but yeah, um, yeah. So I ended up taking a different route where you go out I-10 and then up Texas 71, and that was actually had very few of those. I mean, I-10 didn't have any, and 71 actually had very few. So, so it ended up being a much faster route too, even though theoretically it was a little farther. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the US highways are like that, where it's yeah. Oh, hello Chris. How's it going? I'm I'm trying to image. I've been imaging, but at the moment there are two different targets I'm trying to image, and both of them have obstruction issues. The one on the right, I don't know what is causing that obstruction. And this one here, I know it's a neighbor's house. It was pointing at the Pleiades, but then it kind of went behind a roof. But it should reemerge. I just don't know when. This one, I have no idea why this is messing up. Like, it is so bizarre. This one should not mess up at all. Let me stop this schedule and just see what the problem is. Because I almost want to put like one of those little a little camera on top of the Seestar to see what it's even pointing at. Not a guide scope, but more of a kind of a finder camera or something. Oh, oh. I'm starting to see some stars up here, maybe. So maybe it'll start re-emerging from behind the building. Is the obstruction gone? It's hard to tell. Let me, one thing I haven't, let me turn the preview. Oh no, it's still at 2 seconds. Maybe it's okay again. Let me go ahead and maybe restart the schedule. It's very strange. the problems with my backyard. Yeah, yeah, 90. I haven't driven that route in ages, but that's definitely I remember running into that. Um, True story. I actually had a police officer pull a gun on me, pull his gun when I got pulled. I got pulled over on US 90 out there, and he pulled his gun. Yep. Hate it when that happens. Um, and I think I just got a warning after all that too. Anyway, good times, good times. So what are we playing with? I'm trying to image galaxy on the right. Left, I was imaging the Pleiades, so I'm just waiting for it to re-emerge from behind a building. And then I might actually do the sculptor galaxy if the Pleiades take too much longer. And yeah, I heard the 2.1 went live. Yeah, I heard that too. The all sky camera, unfortunately, because the all sky camera can't see to the right enough, mostly because it's, yeah, nothing really to see. I can't really tell, but based on kind of where I think it's pointing, it should be fine. So I have no idea. Yeah, I was responding to this question. I have no idea. Wow. Yeah. It is funny. Yeah. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. Okay. So it's 2.1 is live on the Play Store, but not Apple, or it's on the Apple Store, but not Play Store. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're, well, this one, I mean, this one's pointing to a roof that's down here, and this one should be pointing past a roof that's off to the right, but yeah. The new features: Sky Atlas framing, continuous shooting and stargazing, execute enhancement after go to. Yeah, I saw that on the release notes on the iOS app. And yeah, I'm not installing it, honestly. Oh wow. Motorcycle. Jeez. Well, that's exciting. What part of the state are you in, if I may ask? It's nothing like a Saturday night car chase, you know. Okay, so Sky Atlas framing is mosaic mode. That's kind of a weird name for it. I mean, I understand people might understand what mosaic mode means, but like Sky Atlas framing, I don't know that that's any better. Okay, execute enhancement is the toggle for the start image. Yeah, the start imaging after go to is like super annoying. Okay, Liverpool, Texas. Yeah, yeah, that's understandable. Get out of the what do you call it, the light dome of Houston. I can appreciate that being in the middle of the light dome. I mean, again, it looks like it's so bright here, you would think the moon is rising, but it's like that all the time. So bad that I sometimes can't tell when the moon has risen on the sky camera because it's always washed out to the south. Like, it's just bad. I should take some photos of some of the lights that are near me, like the freeway lights. They're pretty bad. Okay. So this looks better, I guess. Yeah, it looks better. Although this is a faint one. So this one's getting closer. It's still on live view, so although this looks like another chunk of, oh gosh, don't tell me. Let me look at this. It's pretty fun. Yeah. I mean, the problem is I'm like trying to push when I can see. Yeah. So this is misleading. This is based on where one of the telescopes is, but where the other one is, everything's shifted over. And I didn't capture it on here, but there's like a satellite dish on this like part of the roof. And I think that's what this thing is here. It's like the neighbors. So this is the roof line, and it's about to clear that, but then it's got to get past the satellite dish, and then it'll be smooth sailing, theoretically. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of crap. It works. Yeah, for some definition of work. Yeah, but so like, yeah, Chris already, the ship has already sailed for Chris. Chris is already on the beta, so Chris just needs to, so 2.1 probably. I doubt 2.1 would be worse than 2.1 beta, probably. Yeah. Yeah, so 2.x 2.x scares me. Yeah, there's no going back. You can't, there's no going back for Chris. It's too late. Save yourselves. um yeah. Yeah. I mean I had, I had debated either rooting my one of mine so that I could like update and roll back. The other thought I had was just getting another one as kind of a throwdown one, or maybe I just need to. The other thought I had was, well, get the Seestar S30 with the hope that it's close enough to an S50 at least from a software point of view, that I could run 2.1 without too many regrets. But yeah, yeah, just loses so many frames. Yeah, yeah, the mosaic, like it's pretty brutal. The efficiency or lack thereof is really brutal. Does EQ work with 2.x? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here's the satellite dish finally coming by. Yeah, the satellite dish, um it was interesting. There were people who, I think, I forget, like they moved in there and they put up a satellite dish and they routed the cables on the outside of the house. But I think the houses were actually wired for satellite. So there was actually a coax like in the attic, but instead the contractor just ran it down the side of the house instead of using the one that was like, anyway. So yeah, nice big wire down the side of the house that I get to look at. Anyway. For some reason, I had like a shoulder blade issue the other day. Like, like I forget what I did and ended up having a pain right kind of at the base of the shoulder blade. Yeah. Yeah, it's I think that's generally the max or close enough. I thought there was a way to configure it at one point, but maybe I might be misremembering something. Yeah, I'm thinking of something else. Um, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. Look at this. You can almost kind of tell it's a satellite dish, the curve. Um, the blob. Speaking of blobs, this one isn't very not very needles eye galaxies, the ninth magnitude. Now the sculptor might be visible, so maybe I'll just ditch that one on the right and maybe I'll just stop this one and point at the sculptor. I'm gonna stop this, clear it out. Did I actually press stop? I feel like sometimes I feel like I've pressed it, but then nothing happened. So I think I didn't actually, or I didn't push it hard enough. Let it know I'm serious. I'm serious about it stopping. Okay. What is this? Okay. I'm just curious what some of these other galaxies are, but they're much fainter. Okay. That's a globular, so we'll start with sculptor 253. And do C253, search, and we'll do 45 minutes, 150, go. Start. And then go live, view the live. It's getting closer. It's getting closer to getting away from the satellite dish, but of course, at this point now, I'm like, well, what else can I image now over here? how EQ mode handles meridian flip. Would it need to handle meridian flip? Because it's not like, am I thinking about this wrong? It's not like where you have it counterbalanced. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Yeah, for every grain of sand on Earth, there's approximately 1 billion planets. Oh. Let's see what Cetus A. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Oh, look at this. That looks very interesting. Maybe I should image that. That's very interesting. Let me try imaging that. Maybe. Because this what do you call it? This satellite dish thing is getting a bit annoying. Although the flaming star nebula is visible. And the spider and the fly are visible now. Oh, it's late enough for the spider and the fly. Flaming star, the problem is I think I really need to do a mosaic to do that one justice. Spider and the fly I could do in one shot, but it's still kind of low. So maybe I'll go ahead and try. I think I'm going to bail on doing the Pleiades. I want to try the Cetus A. I'm intrigued by this, especially because there's like another galaxy up here. How bright is that one? Oh, that's pretty faint. I mean, it's a lot fainter, but might be okay. Let's try it. Let's try Cetus A. Oh, yeah, this is starting to, I mean, this is looking decent. This is the Sculptor Galaxy. And just as it's finally starting to clear, I'm going to just completely abandon mission on this one. Clear it out. Come on. Clear the schedule. And go look for Cetus A. See, this is taking a little bit more time than I would. Like, why is it taking that much time? That's weird. It was like very strange. Okay, Cetus A was not found. Oh, it's M77. Wait. Have I imaged M77? I don't. Okay. 45 minutes. Or maybe I'll do half an hour. Yeah, I'll do half an hour. 150. Go. Start. I just want to see. I may not want to do a full amount of time, so I'll start with half an hour and see how where that goes. It's still I mean it's doing a go-to, so it's got to kind of get away from where it is. Yeah, this one is actually not bad at all. Relatively bright. I think with a lot more data and doing drizzle, I think that could be kind of cool. Okay, so M77, and then there's some NGC galaxy up here. So we'll see how that turns out, because that might be another target for me to revisit in the upcoming, the next few weeks. So let me make note of it so I don't forget. M77. M77. And what is the other target? NGC 1055. 1055 galaxies. Okay. Which one? The one on the right? This is NGC 253, the Sculptor Galaxy. It's actually a pretty decent size. Yeah, it's a pretty decent size as far as in the Seestar's field of view, and not too dim really. So that makes it a nice, reasonable target. NGC 253. Yeah, the Sculptor Galaxy. It is a starburst galaxy. And it is... Oh, okay. That's why it's reasonably bright. It's 11 million light years away, which farther than Andromeda, but like not as far as some... Like how far is M51? Oh, that's actually... Oh, no. That one's 23 million? Yeah. Yeah, so it's a lot closer. So that's why that one's pretty good. And it's a starburst. Yeah, close in cosmic terms. Yeah, exactly. I mean, compared to some of these other ones, it's definitely pretty good. Now this M77, how far is that one? Okay, that's also known as the Squid Galaxy. That's 47 million light years away, so it's definitely a lot further. And then the other thing in the field of view is NGC 1055, which is an edge-on spiral, which is 52 million light years away. Yeah, so this one I don't expect to be nearly as, but this one's pretty good. It's definitely pretty good. Actually, let me look that up. I'm kind of curious how big that is. In absolute terms. Oh, 45,000 light year radius. So it's not like huge. I mean, M31, I mean, granted, M31's like huge in the sky. It's got, what's its radius? Yeah, its radius is, yeah, more than double the size of that Sculptor Galaxy. So and it's a lot closer too. So, but yeah, Sculptor Galaxy is a good one. I think that was, yeah, that one's a good one. Sorry. I was running around a bit today. Did M35 a second ago. Wasn't getting much detail. M35, which one's M35? Oh, shoe buckle cluster? Is that what you were imaging? Or M45? Five brightest galaxy nebula to image. That's a question? I mean, in the northern hemisphere, Uh, I mean, M31 uh, Andromeda is probably the brightest, um, but it's also big. So for the Seestar, it's a bit too big. Um, what are the biggest ones? I mean, brightest ones. Actually, can I figure that out in Stellarium? Let's see, Galaxy. Actually, well, let me go. Nope, 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 nope. Wrong one. I always mix up the different configuration screens. So I go, let me go for the zero horizon, go there, go search. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. 33. Yeah, M42 is the brightest northern hemisphere one, or I mean one that's from the northern hemisphere. Yeah, M33 has is a good size, but yeah, low surface brightness. Um, what would be good ones? Let's go look. Are there just general galaxies in here? Because the problem is sometimes it's like, I mean, honestly, like peculiar interacting galaxies. Uh, yeah, I mean, you could look at the NGC catalog, and at least right as of now, from where I am, uh, and galaxy, yeah. See, look, M31 is the brightest. Uh, that's part of the Pleiades. I don't know if I'd count that. Orion, North American Nebula is pretty bright, and it's big. Um, uh, Triangulum, it claims, but I feel like it's just really dim. I mean, for its brightness, I feel like it's very low surface brightness. Um, and this is just the NGC catalog trying to. Uh, which is this one? Bode's Galaxy, right? Bode's Galaxy, that's a good one. M was it 81 and 80? That's a good pair that are pretty bright. Um, let's see, like M81 and Bode's Galaxy and the Cigar Galaxy. I mean, you can see it fits in the frame of view with the Seestar, and this one's a pretty bright one, Bode's Galaxy. So I've seen some good photos with that one. That one's worth doing, and theoretically, that one never. I think it never. From a lot of places, it never sets because it's so far north or so on the celestial pole. It kind of. Um, let's see what else would be good. Um, I mean, the Veil Nebula is nice and bright. Um, Iris, I feel like, is low surface brightness, even though theoretically it's brighter than the Veil. I feel like I've skipped over things, which is why I went back. H2 Hindy's Variable Nebula. And again, these are things that are visible to me right now, I think, from where I am. I mean, one target I like is kind of the Horsehead Nebula. Um, it's not as bright, but I don't know. I just like it. um, and it's relatively easy with the Seestar. Supernova remnant veil. The Wizard Nebula is pretty bright. Crescent Nebula is bright. Dumbbell Nebula is bright. Helix is bright. Those are all bright nebula. Lump Star. String of Pearls. Okay, what is that one? And Sculptor Galaxy is what I'm imaging right now. Which I mean, several of these, and I mean that's a satellite of Andromeda. Bernard's Galaxy. I find that one kind of low surface brightness too. I'm curious what the String of Pearls is. Oh yeah, like. Oh wow. Another one that I found good was well, that I've imaged several times was the Deer Lick group, which is I need to look at that one, NGC 55. But the Deer Lick group for galaxies, yeah, it's okay, I guess. Never mind. So what was that? That was it 55? String of Pearls. Where is String of Pearls? Oh. Okay. Sorry, I got to go back to my actual sky. Oh man, look at that. That looked like an interesting galaxy, but look, it's just below the area that I can image it. But that looks cool. Look at that. That is an interesting one, but unfortunately it's too low for me. NGC 55. I mean, the problem is M30, or the problem, M31 and M42 are like the brightest galaxy in nebula, I think, or just about the brightest in the northern, or visible from the northern hemisphere. Yeah. 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 Well, one thing, to be honest, that is relatively easy is just looking at like the Messier catalog, just because like those objects were discovered in the 1700s, so or they were cataloged in the 1700s with 1700 telescopes and visually. So they're all pretty easy to image, and they have a variety of things. I mean, there's globular clusters and all kinds of stuff, and they're all pretty bright. So I know Wiley Sight has like gotten all of them, but I'm able to image them. Even we're able to image them even in Bortle 9 skies. So yeah, 104 is fun. That String of Pearls looks cool, but unfortunately it's too low for me. Tweezer's Galaxies. Let me look that up. Oops. NGC 4945. Oh, is this another one of those? I think this is 4945. Yeah, that's another one of these things that's too far south. Although it looks cool, it's too far south for us, or close to too far south. Wait, what's going on with this? What happened here? Oh, that's weird. Surely that's not all it got. That doesn't look right. Um, yeah, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. A lot of galaxies, and that's why I end up turning on the why I've set up the Seestar kind of parameters in Stellarium so I can kind of get an idea of the framing. Because otherwise, yeah, you'll see something that looks really cool, and it's like, but yeah, it requires a lot more reach, a lot more magnification to get a decent image, and that's always kind of a drag. I mean, like when you find that out afterwards, and you're like, that's just tiny, too tiny. Okay, deep sky compendium, filter on all sorts of things, visual magnitude. That's cool. Is that a program or online? I'm guessing this. Oh, it's an Excel spreadsheet. Oh, even better. Right here. Here you go. That. Yeah, uses Excel macros. Oh well. I'm sure I have some copy of Excel somewhere around here. Now, why is interesting? It's oh wow. He's up at Lake Livingston, north of Houston. Oh, small world. That's interesting. Huh. What's very strange is, see now, am I having the same issues? Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. Yes. Yeah, Centaurus A. Yeah, I mean that would be a good one, but I that one's kind of a challenge. Um, that can be kind of a challenge. It's interesting. It's interesting that it's stuck in loading. 76 and 15 frames. How much time do we have on this one? Okay. I think I did 45 minutes for this one. So it's about half done. But what is going on here and why isn't it loading? Very, very strange. Hmm. Now I'm running into the live view problems. So let me go back to here. Oh, that's interesting. It like just showed up just as I was navigating away. Yeah, I don't know about that. Hmm. Anyway, just trying to figure out why this image was so slow to load. Okay. Let's try going back to it. Oh, hello, True Freedom. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah, good morning or evening. It is evening here, but not for everybody who's here. Um, it's interesting because, like, live view has been mostly working for me, but for some reason this live view is having issues. Okay, yeah, 108. Yeah, it's 12:08 here, so I'm just 1 hour behind you. I don't get this. It's very oops. Yeah, this one's doing well. Anyway, yeah, it's I don't get why that isn't loading. I mean, it should be pushing out. I don't see any errors. Maybe I'll go and turn on debug logging and go see if I can figure out why this isn't turning up. Makes no sense. Oh, nice. Satellite and airplane tracking on all sky. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, does it like label the satellites or just curious what it's doing? I'm just looking at some logs trying to figure out what's going on with this telescope. Hmm. All right. Let me check something else here real quick. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, hey. Totally missed a new joiner to our Discord server. Welcome. Yeah, so let's see. This is really baffling to me. After some other people were let me look. Let me see what's let's see what's going on with okay. Airplane. So this is the airplane and satellite tracking in the All Sky software. Sorry. Oh, cool. So it has like New Earth or oh, okay. I see what it's doing. Oh, that's cool. So it shows, I guess, probably like common bright ones, but then also stuff that's in the field of view, and then aircraft that are in the field of view. That's pretty cool. And is this with yeah, the tail number, yeah. That's really neat. I definitely want to yeah, I definitely want to check that out, especially in my backyard where I have so many like a constant stream of planes going by sometimes, depending on the winds, the approach to the airport. Sometimes they all go over my house. Seems like, um, again, it's kind of ironic that it's like not showing up at all, and it's not clear to me why. Unless it's the no, I'm going by IP address. I was like, well, maybe it's that dot local issue, but I'm not using that. Although I am using, let me see. So let me just try using the IP address of that. Doesn't make any sense. So I'm not sure what I'm doing, why I'm even doing this. Google, Google, Google. But why isn't it loading the live view? After all this time, it just decides it's not going to load it. Very strange. And what's doubly frustrating is it's coming up on half an hour, and I was only going to get half an hour of data from that target. Yeah, had Photoshop. That's rough. That's really rough. Again, what the actual heck is going on here? Meanwhile, Sculpture Galaxy's doing okay. Come on. Yeah, I don't get it. I do not get why the live view is... Yeah, maybe I'll turn it back to non-debug. And all right. I just ended up restarting it, like, because I have no idea why the live view wasn't loading. So we'll see if that loads. Yeah. No, I mean, I was looking, I ended up restarting it because like nothing, it wasn't clear why it wasn't loading. Now this is the one that's running on the Raspberry Pi, but like it was working fine before. And I'm not clear why. I'm not clear why it is. Oh, and now it finally loaded. Well, that's kind of annoying, but oh well. Okay, these are pretty tiny. This is M77 and NGC 1055. Pretty small, but at least I got both of them in a frame, so I was only going to do it for half an hour anyway, so I'll go ahead and stop this. And I was going to move on to something else. Unfortunately, I can't see that one. Come on. So let's go back to my bad skies. Okay, so I'm imaging sculpture. That looks good. Let's see what else might be good. And I think there's like now things that are kind of rotating into view. That's what I'm imaging right now. Cetus A, or also known as M77. Oh, Hindy's variable nebula. That was the one that's some kind of bright. Supposedly bright, but that doesn't look that bright. Yeah, Jupiter's up. Oh, I was gonna go oh, there's some interesting things over here. But I was going to do the spider and the fly again, because I could always use more time on that. Just kind of looking at some of these. Yeah, I'll do the spider and the fly. Oh, Crab Nebula's up now. Okay. Well, we'll see if I can. Okay. Wow. Been up since 4 a.m. Yikes. Well, good night, Chris Makes That. Thanks for coming. Okay, it's just below Jupiter. Okay. But yeah, thanks for joining, Chris Makes That. So let me go do the spider and the fly. I will stop this image. And what I want to do is I actually have a schedule for the spider and the fly. Let's see. I think I have a schedule for that. I was pretty sure I had. Oh, there it is. Got this schedule for the spider and the fly, and because I picked a specific coordinate between the two just to try to frame it better. So this one's a relatively bright one. So I imported it. It's for 45 minutes, and I'll hit go. And we'll go to live. And hopefully it won't have heartburn this time. Oh yeah, nice. Orion is rising. Well, that's cool. I'm looking forward to getting some time with different things in Orion. Let's see. If I just kind of get rid of... Okay, there's the Crab Nebula. Let's see. There's the rosette. Actually, the rosette has risen. I mean, it's low still, but it's good. So that is just trying to scoping out things that yeah, so yeah, it's actually not too bad. So let's see how bad it is at my house. So when will Orion be the Orion Nebula be visible? 2.5 hours for me. It'll finally be above the buildings. But yeah, in a month, yeah, it'll be, at this point, it would be visible a month from now. So soon, very soon. Cool, cool. Looking forward to that. Yeah, the radio for the aircraft. It's like, what is that stuff called? What is it called? The A what is it? I mean, those are fairly cheap, I think. Um, uh, what is it? Yeah, you can use it with, yeah, ADS-B receiver. And you can do it with like SDR radio. SDR radios, I think. Yeah, like if it, I mean, I'm guessing that's what they're using. An ADS-B, yeah, $35. So, I mean, it's an extra piece of hardware, but it's not like terrible price wise. Um, and I think, can you do it with SDR? Yeah, so you can do it with the RTL SDR. So if you have one of those, you can also do it with that. Okay, it's got the little blue one, yeah. But like, if you have one of the RTS SDR radios, you can also do it. And those are pretty cheap too. The only reason I know is because I have one of the, it's somewhere around here. I have just a cheap um, kind of RTS, or not, sorry, a little SDR or something that could be used for software defined radio. And it is kind of interesting running software and just like sweeping the spectrum and just, yeah, finding stuff from different frequencies. But yeah, those aren't, like, if you get the one like Flight Aware, which, okay, now this is like the full kit. But yeah, like, so if you get the Pro Stick, um, I'm not necessarily recommending that, but that's just like an example of one. Um, but yeah, yeah. So I mean, that's not too bad. At least it's nothing like too outrageous. Um, but yeah, if you look up ADS-B receivers, I think it's, yeah, ADS-B receivers. Yeah, no, that's cool though. That's cool. Um, yeah, I definitely, yeah, slowly acquiring parts for my all sky camera. Yeah, I mean, I do want to add that, what do you call it? The, like satellite or the plane thing, definitely. Cause I mean, I've already got a thermal camera, so why not, like just gratuitously add stuff. Um, one of these days I want to kind of make it weatherproof, the all sky camera, because right now I have to put it outside. I put it outside when I'm observing and then bring it back in. It's just kind of all exposed. The biggest issue I was trying to figure out, like, I have a kind of a dome, a acrylic dome for the camera, but the issue I was having is how to deal with the thermal camera because I think there were problems with using acrylic, and I actually asked somebody who had added the initial that thermal camera support to as a kind of add-on to All Sky, and he was saying he put like, because you have to find something that's optically clear or thermally clear to the sensor, and he ended up using like saran wrap or something like that. Um, Maybe a few layers of it or something like that, something that was thin enough. Um, and I was going to actually try using Kapton tape because I think that might work. But again, it's one of those rabbit holes. It was like I was thinking of using Kapton tape for it because that stuff's pretty durable, and it's all also very thin. And I think I had found some article where people are talking like it was in an industrial environment where they had Kapton tape over the thermal sensors for something. And so it's like, well, I actually have a roll of this stuff sitting around somewhere. I might try that. So did this finally finish? This finally finished. Okay, cool. Posted his pic. Let me see. Pick in Discord. Oh, hey, here we go. Nice. So here is, yeah, so this is the person who had the all sky camera with the, with a, let's look at this. Can I, yeah, it doesn't read very well, but I'm sure you could, I mean, it I'm guessing other ones would do fine. And it's got like, guessing that's the radio receiver. I mean, the antenna lead going out off this thing. That's cool. And there's the Pi in a. But where's the camera? Oh, no, that's power. Oh, is I'm guessing maybe this USB goes to the camera. Oh, yeah, mostly acquiring the weatherproof housing. Yeah, under comments. Um, yeah, what was it? Um, I keep looking around because I have stuff, but like I can't remember if I left it in this room or if it's in another room. But there was I have like I need to I need to put an enclosure on the one outdoor all sky camera, and then I need to build another one because I have the parts for more than one, and I was planning on doing it. Like actually, I still have the lens like sitting here right here with the fisheye lens on it, or nearly fisheye lens. Um, but yeah, I still need to build the other one because it's yeah, multiple projects. All of them have been kind of in limbo because I've been busy. All right, so let's find one more target for this one on the right. Well, at least one more target. Let's start with one target. I wonder if this Hindi thing is worth imaging. No, that doesn't look very impressive. It was like, I think that has the opposite problem. Like it might be bright, but it's small. Or maybe it's not. Strue's Lost Nebula? Hindi's Nebula. Or no, Hinds. Sorry, why did I say Hindi? Heinz. It's getting late. Heinz Variable Nebula. What am I thinking? Maybe I need to get my glasses fixed. Looks interesting. Oh, that's cool. That is wicked. See, I want to do a time lapse of this nebula now. That is cool. Interesting. Yeah, no, wait, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Um, yeah, so Heinz Variable Nebula. Yeah, so I'll skip that one. I think that one isn't going to be bright enough. Um, so what else could we image? There are so many little targets here, but a lot of them just aren't really. Oh, oh, the crab might actually be up now. Yeah. Um, but based on my luck with that location, what's here? Okay, break. Um, yeah, there's a lot of targets, but a lot of them aren't really good for this my backyard. Oh, Bodes might be visible. Let me try that. M81. I gotta try Bodes. Really? It's not there anymore? Time lapse? Let's see if I can get to Bodes. M81. And that would be appropriate because I had a galaxy on the right here, so I'll replace it with another galaxy. M. What was it? M81. M81. I don't know how I typed 71. Let's try 81. And I'll do I want to do a full 45 minutes? Sure, why not? 150, go. Go to live view. Huh. It was in scenery. Right, right. It would not, yeah. But you're saying it's not in the app anymore? Right. It doesn't do tracking. Yeah, he corrected himself. So it's not even visible in like solar lunar mode? That's kind of, maybe they removed it so they could add mosaic mode? Maybe. Or maybe they just decided it wasn't used enough, or maybe they just temporarily broke it and they'll put it back eventually. That's weird. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, another reason to be. Yeah, I'm not updating mine, so I don't know. Or at least not planning on any time in the near term. So we will see. Let's see. So this is, it claims like it was able to, and the thing had to go like to the other complete other direction. So it seemed to, oh yeah, yeah, there we go. There's Bode's galaxy. Kind of small, but, or is that just, wow, that's just the core of it. Is that even the stack? It is also really low. And unfortunately, I guess because of the field, it's not, the cigar galaxy isn't there right now. Like I'd have to, oh, and then I guess I forgot there's another galaxy there. That's cool. Like you could potentially get all three of these in, but it would be barely, and only for a little bit until the field rotated. But yeah, because like it ends up rotating, but still, that's cool. Okay, so there is something there. Feel like, is it actually updating? 38, 38, 38, 38, 8. That's a, okay. I mean, it's probably gonna have terrible gradients because it's so low to the horizon. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the skies starting to get better, or not better, but like higher. Like right now, seeing is above average, but transparency is just average. I look forward to actually having better transparency because the transparency, usually one or the other, is just total junk here. But sometimes when the fronts come through, it cleans it up. It does look like Monday will be a good day, so I might do another live stream Monday because I might not be able to do anything for a few days, maybe for the rest of the week even. I mean, this is looking kind of iffy, which would kind of point towards I need to nail down the remote telescope stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Have like a big square sensor that actually it's funny. So I've plugged in a bunch of I, that would be an interesting exercise. Let me look at this. So I have put in quite a few, well, not quite a few, but I've put in different sensors. And so with the Seestar optics, it's a 2/8 sensor. Uh, wow, with a 1 inch sensor, but that's too big. Yeah, with a 1.2. What was the one I did that was like a square sensor? Wow, 4/3, micro 4/3. I thought I had one that was square. Oh yeah, this is a square one. Oh, but that's too big. Um, but yeah, let me see if I could adjust this. Uh, but yeah, like if the composition was something like this, I mean the sensor and millimeters don't pay attention to that, but if like it was a square where you could kind of do this, that would be great. That would be a nice field of view, or a nice kind of being able to do that. Um, let's see. With a with a okay, with a 4/3 with an APS-C. Yeah, that's a nice big field of view. Yeah, it's just different things I was messing around with. Sorry, I went the wrong direction. And some of these are ones that came with the with Stellarium, and then I added some of my own, and then deleted some, and just sorry, I'm like flipping through these. Oh no, yeah. So this is the framing, but yeah, like if it was just a touch bigger and square, then at least like with the field rotation. So if I pick like that star, like over the course of an hour, like it's rotating, or like 1, 2, 3 hours. But even like in 1 hour, it rotates a decent amount. Whereas if you had at least a square one, at least it would stay, like things would be less likely to rotate out. So, yeah, anyway. Yeah, yeah, exactly. This is true. Yeah, then we wouldn't have to worry. Well, and it's funny because like you don't have like I mean they make them square and rectangular because it's cheaper. I mean, typically the output will be rectangular, but if it was circular, it would definitely give you more flexibility for cropping and stuff. And plus, yeah. And yeah, when they're producing it, it would produce more waste from the chip level. And one it I mean it's not as big of a reason, but like one thing I always was thought about is with like LCDs, why there aren't more, you know, non-rectangular displays. Like I have a really old Nest thermostat and it's got, the round display and I always wondered why you couldn't find more of them. And then in more recent years I remember seeing um, you know, I mean, it's not specific for Raspberry Pi, but um, kind of, yeah, like this one, which is basically seems to be very similar to the uh, the Nest screen, but still, I was like, and then ones like this one, which are kind of not quite. They're kind of, well, this one's circular, but some of these look almost not quite circular. But those would be cool for like instruments and stuff. But anyway, yeah, I don't know why they don't have. Actually, has anybody ever done that? Round CCD or CMOS sensor? Yeah. Wouldn't it be the best thing ever? Yeah, I mean, because otherwise it's like, yeah, it's like a lot of waste. And especially for astronomy, it could be, I could see it being helpful, like very helpful to be able to, yeah, capture more data, capture all the photons that the lens is focusing. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's yeah. I mean, at least there are some square sensor outs there where it's like at least a little bit less waste, but round would be even better. Um, from a wasting of, yeah, maybe one day. Either that or you just get a, what is it? You get an oversized sensor and then just have it go beyond the imaging circle. But then you're like, yeah, you've got all these pixels that aren't being used. So that's a different kind of waste. I mean, that's a different waste. Whereas if they could somehow, yeah, or yeah, like if they could somehow do it round and then in that kind of space, like maybe the chip would still be square, imaging points would be in a round area, but then there would be other controlling circuitry kind of in the corners outside of the imaging circle. Yeah. Yeah, 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 that's true. But yeah, yeah, that would be interesting. I like that idea. Just now, one thing I did Yeah. I did think it was interesting with for yes, yeah, like could there be a better way of doing that? I was just thinking about like the kind of the guiders, like the what is it, the ASI 2600 or whichever one has like the separate guide chip. And I remember thinking, yeah, that's cool, and it's a separate chip, which I guess shows up as a separate camera. But I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, couldn't there be a different way of doing that without having it as like a separate chip on the same kind of in the same camera? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The 2600 MC Duo. I knew it was the 2600, but the Duo was escaping me. Thanks. That was exactly what I was trying to think of. Okay, so this is 44. This doesn't seem like. Is it just that washed out because of the because it's low and there's no light pollution filter on? I don't know. Let me look at that. Plates all failed. Okay. Misformed buffer exception. I'm just looking at the logs for this telescope. Interesting. Um, hmm. I wonder. Don't tell me this one's also having issues with live view. Have the live views gone on sabbatical or something? I need to do something about this. I really do. I spent so much time that one. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's like they're by sticking, yeah. I was actually kind of thinking by making it rectangular or square, really they're optimizing their costs rather than kind of maximizing. Yeah, like it's cheaper for them to do that because then there's like they can squeeze more sensors on a silicon wafer kind of thing. But if they somehow like had extra stuff in the corners or like other electronics or whatever, I don't know. Okay. I guess that's man, that is really it'll be interesting to see how this enhances with in serial or something because like this is so yeah, not seeing much there even though supposedly the galaxy is pretty decent size in the frame or should be. Granted, it's only got 10 minutes of data, so we'll see. Oh yeah, that the 294, the 294 sensor. Oops, I had reload on the. Luckily, that didn't mess it up. Is it the IMX 294? Okay, I know there's like yeah, it's a 4/3. Okay, cool. 533. Yeah, I think I've looked at both of those kind. Um, let me see. which one was it? Okay, let me switch to this. And so a 533. Oh, that would be a nice field of view. And that's a square one. The 294, do I have a 294 here? Oh yeah, and look at how big that was. That would be cool. Could really get a lot in there. What would be another target I should see? Oh, let me look at M31 with that. Yeah, that would be good. That would be very nice. And with that 294, which is 4/3. What is the other one? Oh, that's a 1-inch sensor. Okay. 533 is a 1-inch. The 294 is 4/3. Yeah. I actually I shot the eclipse. I videoed the eclipse with a 75Q telescope and a 4/3, a micro 4/3 camera. Shot video on using that setup, and I was pretty happy with the result of that. Although I have thought about going. I mean, it would be like double the price, but it would be neat. It would be really nice to have like the what do you call it? The like an APS-C, because that would be nice. Of course, full frame would really be massive in cost. Oops, went too far. Oops. Wow, that would really be amazing. Anyway, yeah, this is just, it's just, I guess, too close, too low, and since there's no light pollution filter on, it's just like massive light pollution gradient type. Yeah, but hopefully that'll clean up well. Yeah, maximizing their costs. Yep. Yeah, for better or worse. All right. How long was I going to do this one, the spider and fly? Was that like 45 minutes or a full hour? Schedule? Okay, 45 minutes. So got about 10 minutes on this. I'm not particularly tired, but I might call it a night after a bit. Yeah, I might call it a night, mostly because, wow, I've been sitting here 5 hours. I mean, I did get up once, but it does start kind of, my body starts getting sore after a bit. Yeah, at some point I'm going to redo this my kind of area. I mean, it probably won't look that different. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, at the high end, processes aren't cheap, but like I don't know. I don't know what level of process the CCDs or the CMOS sensors are, but yeah, and then getting time on them. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, once I redo this space, it'll probably end up looking pretty much the same. I might not have the laptop in front of me. Like I have some monitors in here. I plan on, well, I've said I was going to like redo the desk, or I was going to use a desk instead of this table. And then I guess probably the biggest change is I'll be sitting in a chair, but otherwise it'll be about the same. But it'll be easier for me doing these multi-hour streams without my body falling apart before the end. And I need to try to do it, now that we're getting into the fall, because like part of me, because sometimes we'll have these fronts come through and the conditions will just get really good for here, like great transparency, great seeing. And like there was one in the spring where I think I ended up going till 4 in the morning local time. So I went for, you know, I mean, I didn't start until a little later, I guess, but if I done that tonight, it would have been like an 8 hour stream. Um, but you know, which is fine. If I had it like a normal chair, like my office chair, um, then it would be doable. But I need to just do it. I'll probably do it next month. Well, I might do it next month. We'll see. We'll see how things go. But yeah, once that would be better because then if the weather does end up if we do end up having like a really nice night, I'd like to actually be able to stream the whole time. Yeah, but because that would be yeah. Anyway, yeah, this is going. The spider and fly looks pretty decent. I mean, I've done other data of this, and I really need to kind of process them together. But like the spider nebula looks pretty good. The fly that looks pretty good, and there's like ambient nebulosity in the area. This one, I don't know how much data I actually have here because it's so washed out. The stack is so washed out, and that's with 15 minutes of data. Like, but I've been surprised before where once I actually process them, they end up like pretty decent. But since so I might do a live stream Monday, but um because it's going to be cloudy for a few days, there's a couple different things I might do. I might do I keep talking about all these images I have and how I need to process them. So I might do I've done this before where I did like kind of a processing live stream. And there's some things I wanted to try out actually with the development version of Cyril. There's the photometric mosaic. There's a photometric mosaic built into it, kind of like the what is it AS like the ASTAP, and I've been wanting to try it out, and I might do that on a live stream because it's always good to try out other tools. I definitely want to try out was it Cosmic Clarity, but also I just have a backlog of data. And I know I've talked about this before with others, and I just have you know a lot of photos that I need to go really reprocess properly. And so I might do that on a one evening, maybe. The other thing if I can get it together, get it done, it's an initial version of it is done, but I do want to try to actually do test out the remote telescope functionality with others. And that might be an interesting live stream where like I could do a live stream with someone else's Seestar on a cloudy night here, which would be kind of a cool proof of concept. I could even have my all sky camera out and say, look, I can't see anything right now, but we're able to observe using ALP and a remote telescope. So, yeah, so that's high on my list of things to do, and maybe I'll end up doing it this week because of the cloudy weather later in the week. But at least right now, it looks like Monday's doable for another live stream. So I'll definitely be doing that. Started a 6-hour 2x2 mosaic of M3043. That's awesome. That's great. Yeah. 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 And unfortunately, I end up doing other things during bad weather sometimes. And so the data just accumulates. I mean, for a while I had it kind of scattered on some in a few different locations, but then I think it was after the solar eclipse I finally kind of standardized on one place on my NAS where all of the photos I've ever taken with the sea stars are, and so yeah, I at least have them in one place now. So it's just a matter of, and I had started, I actually kind of wrote just a little shell script where I was just dumping out kind of all the kind of grouping all the targets I've imaged and then sorted by the number of frames in descending order to try to focus on the ones where I had the most data to begin with. Um, Now I think the number one I had taken photos of was like M42, but because I didn't have a mosaic, or I kind of faked a mosaic, I kind of manually did a mosaic. I really probably I think I did an initial pass at it, but I really need to kind of look at it and then maybe now that it's starting to kind of be visible, I might start imaging that some more and just add to the what I took last uh, winter. And but yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do a live coding stream on this channel. I might do it on another channel, on my other channel. But anyway, oh yeah, nice. And M42, 43, and NGC. Yeah, I mean it's a great area. I mean, in the sky, it's I'm looking forward to actually being able to image that. But as you can see, I can't right now because it's smack behind these houses. But yeah, if you get, yeah, that whole area is great. Object of unknown nature. An object of unknown nature. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And actually, this is something that's I think I talked to Wiley Site about this. I think that the I was yeah, I was thinking of doing like there was kind of a group competition for, or not competition, a group stack of where multiple people pool the data that they've taken of certain targets and kind of combine them into one big image just to get more data than it would be. And I've seen it with like non-Seestar uh, telescopes where people did it with like M51 or some other targets. I thought it would be cool to do now that Orion's kind of more visible, and since you can image Orion from northern and southern hemispheres, because it's like fairly close to the equator, celestial equator, it would be cool to do like not just a normal mosaic, but like something like really big, like perhaps, yeah. And I was kind of doing different calculations of different things in the area, like like Orion Nebula, and then you have Flame Nebula and Horseshoe Nebula, but then you have like Bernard's Loop and stuff, and then just trying to figure out what all could be imaged with, yeah, Lost Pearl Nebula. Yeah, there's some cool stuff down in the whole area. So, anywho, let me go back to, man, that Bode's Galaxy is just not, I mean, again, I have terrible light pollution, so yeah, Bernard's Loop, yeah, that would be really cool. So we'll see. It's just an idea I've been kicking around, but maybe that's something I'll discuss on the on another live stream. Let me write that down. Uh, yeah, it is a huge region, but I hate to say it, but oh, this one's finished. Um, yeah, so I'm just gonna close this out. I'm not gonna start another target on that one. One thing I had thought of is I thought of a couple different things. One thing I thought of is like just brute forcing like a huge area. The other thing I thought of is see if the M30 if the S30 was out. Otherwise, I was thinking of fudging it with, you know, have some other camera and just do a wide field just to get kind of the background stars of all the kind of like the non-interesting, like the overall shot. And then actually that would work. That would work because I've seen that before where you have kind of like the overall shot and it's like lower quality, but then you have the high resolution overlays on it. So that could be done. You could like take a, you know, somebody could take a photo of on a tracker of all of Orion, and then over all the interesting bits, you mosaic in with the sea stars, with the idea being that you could end up kind of painting higher resolution with the sea stars. And I guess the motivation is with consumer smart telescope end up producing like some very high. Anyway, it's an idea I'm still kicking around, but that was one of the thoughts, is that to get the overall background image, it's just like have the sea stars just focus on the more detailed areas. So I don't know. It's an idea. I wrote a note. We might discuss it on maybe later in the week. Or another thing I could do is I could actually, since if I wasn't imaging, I could actually have the Seestar here, one of the Seestars here, and have, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily build it on stream, but I could at least demo it, the button pusher or something, if I got it to work, or some kind of thing like that. I could do that on stream. So it would be related to the Seestar, but it was something that I normally can't do because the Seestar is in the backyard right now. So I might do that. Let me make a note on that too, so I don't forget that as a possibility. And what was it? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so there's it's a few ideas I've been kicking around. But in the meantime, if you're still there, and or for those who are here right now, if you haven't liked the video, please do so. I think we might be I might start wrapping it up before too long. Yeah. 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 And so that's another thing. Gosh. I mean, there's so many ideas. No, I was one of the things that's come up recently that people have asked about is kind of saving the your observations or your imaging sessions, or at least some information about like what target, the coordinates would be useful, duration, the date you did it, maybe some other things as well. Just to kind of track what you've done and perhaps like more easily reimage it. Like right now we can export and import, but maybe if we had like a kind of a observation log, you could just kind of pick something and that you imaged a couple within the last few days, and then it'll just rehydrate that. Um, but yeah, like I guess just and now there's new functionality. I mean, there's the functionality that's been there for now a few weeks, but being able to divide up, specify what panels for a mosaic and stuff. Yeah. And I remember like there's the mosaic, there's the planner in the mosaic, and I was thinking it would be cool, and theoretically it wouldn't be that much effort. Where like in this planner, if I were to go do like M31, actually let's do M42. Let's actually do this. I'm gonna do 5x5. Nope. And I mean this isn't how big it would be, but one thought I had is like, okay, we got the mosaic planner. It would be cool if we could, like in JavaScript theoretically, or in the browser, it would be theoretically not too difficult to be able to like click on a tile. And so you could like click on a tile and maybe figure out, kind of paint out the area you would want to image. Now, that works fine with equatorial mode, but then it becomes more problematic with alt azimuth mode. So I don't know. Yeah, very specific coordination. we 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 took a bunch of Seestars, and we ended up having to uh, what is it, coordinate it with like an AI model running on a bunch of GPUs to try to figure out everything. Yeah, that would be it would be funny and ridiculous, but anyway, just logging the phases of the moon and degrees between moon and my center field of view. Okay. That would actually, yeah. See, there's things we could do as far as like an observation log. Because that was another thing I was thinking of is, you know, when you're doing like if you're doing a mosaic, or if you're recording what you image, yeah, recording things like, I mean, it could be computed after the fact, but since you have the data on hand, potentially when you're recording it, you could record like something about the moon in the observation log. That would be interesting. Because then there's like things that could be done with that, I'm sure, slicing and dicing the data. Yeah. Yeah. They're just different ideas and things that could be done. But yeah, it's starting to get late here. This will be finishing up before too long. I think I only did 45 minutes on this one. Definitely need some processing because this is kind of lackluster. Yeah, just another, yeah. Yeah, I need to write that down because, like, for observation log, object. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it that could be very helpful. Might be interesting for some kind of analysis as well. I mean, some other analysis like related to gradients and stuff. That could be interesting. Yeah, I like that. Huh. food for thought. But yeah, I think like I say, I've got this one thing left that's going to be wrapping up before too long. And if you haven't, I'm doing one last plug. If you haven't joined the Discord server, feel free. I mean, it's the channel Discord server, and like if people need to share or want to share a photo during the stream, it's a great place to do it and just talk about astronomy, ask questions, random things, kind of like sometimes the stream, a lot of randomness. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that for the evening. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I do appreciate it. If you haven't liked and subscribed, please like and subscribe. Helps the channel a lot. And oh, and one last thing, I earlier this week I had hit. It would have been a year since I had started kind of streaming, not streaming. A year had since I started kind of doing astronomy themed content here. I'd posted like a handful of videos in the previous like year before that, and they were all very random, nothing significant, like one or two from like a vacation and nothing like a 2-minute video or not even. Anyway, so that was just a few days ago, and it was just yesterday I hit 1,500 subscribers. So that was a fantastic milestone. Very so every I appreciate every subscription. So if you haven't subscribed, please consider that. It does help in many ways. But yeah, the silver sliver, that's cool. Yeah, that's a great target. I've very nice one. I don't know who mentioned it previously, but someone mentioned it on a previous live stream, and it's I need to image it some more. But yeah, thanks for congrat. But yeah, it's I just appreciate it, all the everything, I guess. It's getting late, so I'm not my coherency is going down, so I think before I become even less coherent, I should probably call it a night. So thanks again for joining. And I will probably, like I say, be live streaming on Monday evening. Same bat time, same bat channel. I'll probably start it at 7:45 US Eastern again, just because, or US Central time, because the sun has been setting earlier, and I'm trying to take advantage of it and slide the start time earlier. But in the meantime, yeah, thanks, Seiko. Appreciate it. But yeah, until next time, clear skies, and have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks. Bye.